I'll just signal as and when she enters the room. May I also just request, colleagues, that those of us that are sitting at the back, if we can perhaps please fill in the seats from the front while we're waiting for the minister. There are quite a number of empty seats in the front. If we can just please request colleagues that are sitting at the back just to come to the front so that we can be able to see all colleagues that are here with us today. Can we just please check if the colleagues that have joined us online can be able to hear us and we can be able to see them? We're going to be receiving messages of support from colleagues that have joined online. Thank you.
Guest access is just free.
Okay. Colleagues, we advise that we can be able to have access to the Wi-Fi. It does not require a password. It is guest access. The Wi-Fi is guest access. May we please rise on our feet as the minister enters the room? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may take your seats. Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Karaba Mohale. I'm the Executive Deputy Chairperson of the National Youth Development Agency, and I'm going to be facilitating part one of today's program. We just want to acknowledge the presence of the Honorable Minister, Minister Maite Ngwana Mashabane, who's the Minister responsible for women, youth, and persons with disabilities in the presidency. We also have our colleagues that are going to be joining us online. We have Ms. Prudence Ngwenya, who is the Head of Division of Youth Development at the African Union. We've got Mr. Lane Robinson, who is the Head of Social Policy Development in the Commonwealth Secretariat. We've got Mr. Bonginkosi, who's the Board Secretary of SAIC. We've got Dr. Bernice Tlhagala, who is the Chief Director responsible for youth development in the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities. And we've got our distinguished guests and participants that will be joining us as well online. So, colleagues, we just want to put down a few house rules. We're just going to request that you keep your phones on silent if you have not done that already. May we please also request, colleagues, that when there is a speaker on the podium, we minimize movement as much as we possibly can. We're going to request, colleagues, that whatever questions or comments it is that you have, you just jot them down. There is going to be a slot that is dedicated for the comments and questions. We're going to also just request, colleagues, that those of us who are sitting at the back, if you can, we had requested that you fill in the seats from the front so that those that enter a bit later do not disturb the speakers that are going to be in the podium. So if you can please be able to just do that. So welcome, colleagues, to this Youth Indaba. We're really hoping that it's going to breed a ground for robust engagements amongst all of us. As we would have said, we're definitely going to have time for all of us to engage and put forth whatever inputs it is that we have. I think it's very important for us to take note that this platform is not only just for the speakers that are going to be here, but it is for all of us to be able to engage and ensure that we put forth a solid plan around what the trajectory of youth development should be in the country, and also give impetus to some of the initiatives that we would want to put forth. As it would have said, when we're putting this together, that this is going to be more of a working session more than it is a listening session. So we're going to appeal to you, colleagues, that you take in as much as you can. But as much as you're taking in as much as you can, we want to hear your inputs. We want to hear what ideas it is that you have, so that when we do leave here, all of our voices can be heard and recorded in the work that we're going to be doing today. We're gathered here as critical agents of change and agitators of change in South Africa, with a key intention of changing the face and landscape of young people as well as the country at large. I think we're presented with a moment in time where we should never be afraid to sharpen one another. I think in government as well as in our various activist spaces, we're always reminded of Dr. Charlotte Maxeke, who says, when you rise, bring someone with you. So it is important that when we leave here, we do not leave this information here, but we go out there and ensure that we share the information, we share our ideas with other young people. It is important because you cannot build a country, you cannot build a society where you leave others behind, where you leave the marginalized out of the mainstream discussions and discourses. So it is important, colleagues, that as we're presented with this opportunity for us to be able to exchange and share ideas, when we go back into our communities, we implore on all of you sitting here to ensure that you are able to share some of the ideas that would have presented. It is a moment in time for us to think as a collective and to ensure that the critical interventions we put in place break barriers, not only for women, but for youth, the LGBTQI+ community, as well as persons with disability. It is a moment in time for us as change makers to be counted in history. So we're just going to take you through some of the objectives that we have for this particular session that we're going to be having over the next 2 days. We intend to ensure that we bring young workers to debate and agree on issues of importance to their work, to launch a professional youth work association that promotes professionalism, professional identity in order to profile the work of game changing. We also seek to adopt youth frameworks, ethics for youth work, as well as norms and standards for practice of youth work in the country, as well as to showcase the work that young people do. So with those few words, colleagues, I just want to officially welcome you to this Youth Indaba and want to encourage all of you once again to ensure that you do participate and you share whatever perspective it is that you have. So to our speakers on the platforms, colleagues, we are running a bit over schedule. I'm just going to request you that you assist me to keep my job. The minister has given me just one job, which is just to keep time. That's the only responsibility that I have today. So to all of our speakers, just please make sure that you're cognizant of the time. I will try not to interject our speakers when they do speak, but in case you do go over time, just please pardon me. We will definitely need to ensure that we stick to the time because the minister is going to leave us, and we want to ensure that before the minister leaves, the young people and all the participants that are here are able to engage with the minister and to share whatever perspectives it is that they have to ensure that we build an intersectional and inclusive South Africa for all. So colleagues, we're just going to request at this point to receive a message of support on the status of youth workers on the African continent. This message of support will be delivered by Ms. Nkululeko Prudence Ngwenya, who is from the African Union and heads the Division of Youth Development. Can we please put our hands together for Ms. Prudence Ngwenya? Miss Prudence, can you hear us? Can we get a signal if Miss Prudence can be able to hear us? All right. I think as we're trying to sort out the technical glitch that we might have with Ms. Prudence, can we then just request in the interim a message of support from the Commonwealth on the requirements of youth work professionals and the importance of youth work associations? The message of support will be delivered by the Head of Social Policy Development from the Commonwealth Secretariat, that is Mr. Lane Robinson. Can we please put our hands together for Mr. Lane Robinson? honest with ourselves, it presented by Mr. Lay Robinson.
Across the world. I truly believe, and the Commonwealth believes, that one of the greatest investments that countries can make is an investment in the youth worker and the youth work sector. Youth workers bring with them a code of ethical practice and a way of thinking about development that is different from other professions. The youth worker believes in the empowerment of young people. We strongly believe in safeguarding and safety of young people. We believe in the meaningful participation of young people, and of course that respect and positive engagement with young people is critical. And all this towards a conception that by having a very good youth work sector, we can be constantly raising the consciousness of young people towards more meaningful socio-economic development. And so in the Commonwealth, we're at a critical juncture with the youth work sector, and this is set against a background of a post-COVID-19 reality, a global economic situation where we expect a downturn in the economies of the world. And this normally means that austerity follows, and one of the first sectors that is normally affected when countries contract their expenditure is youth work. And so set against that background, it's a very important meeting that you're having that will reaffirm the commitments to youth work and particularly to youth work associations. In 2030, almost 10 years ago, the government of South Africa, eminent persons such as Dr. Bernice, who is on the call as well, agreed to host the first Commonwealth Youth Work Conference. The country also hosted the second Youth Work Conference, and along with Commonwealth, set a foundation for a pathway towards strengthening associations in youth work. In 2017, the Commonwealth was able to launch the Commonwealth Association of Youth Work Associations at the 9th Commonwealth Youth Ministers meeting. And that association has grown now to have more than 30 youth work associations established across Commonwealth member states. And so we look forward to the cooperation of South Africa in the Commonwealth Alliance of Youth Work Association, which has been playing its role and establishing and strengthening associations where they don't exist. And so we look forward to the next Youth Work Conference where we hope to take this work forward. And so I'd be very, very happy to announce that next year we hope to have the next Youth Work Conference promote the work of youth work across the world. Next year is an important year for the Commonwealth. We begin with our youth ministers meeting in January in Pakistan, and we look forward to having the delegation from South Africa there. We look forward to also having a year of youth in just this year, in June 2022. The heads of government of the Commonwealth met, and for the first time that I can remember, they endorsed the important role that youth work and non-formal education plays in building national economies. And we want to take that forward in the year of youth next year to look forward to strengthening associations all over the world in the Commonwealth. Because youth work has a role to play. It must be there. There's no other way that countries will go apart from, along with other things, investing in youth work. And so, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, let me just give Commonwealth's full support to this Indaba. Let me give my own personal support for the youth workers who are on the ground working and doing the difficult job of helping our young people to transition into productive lives as citizens. Let me throw our full support of the Commonwealth behind a member state who has been at the forefront of leading youth work in the Commonwealth. It's the more investment in youth work, education and training. And so let me thank you for this opportunity. We look forward to hearing what you have to say today. But know and feel reassured that we will be with you every step of the way.
Thank you very much, Mr. Robinson, for the message of support. I think he has raised a challenge for all of us. I think I was listening to him speaking about how austerity measures in the main serve as an impediment to the development of young people. And I think the question that we should be answering as young people sitting here today is, how do we advocate that as and when there are austerity measures, it is not young people in the main that feel the brunt of those austerity measures? So we'll be looking forward to hearing some of the policy perspectives that you have around the macroeconomic framework that the South African economy currently operates in, and how we can be able to turn the corner to ensure that as and when we're cutting budgets, we're cutting spending, young people remain in the center. Because Stats SA would always advise that the average age in South Africa is 28. So when you are planning, you must think about a 28-year-old in mind. And I think, Minister, there's always a discussion around whether we must reduce the youth age to 30, because those of us who are 34.9999, we're always advocating that maybe it should be increased to 40, because what then happens to us as the missing middle? So it is a challenge to all of us today sitting here around how we conceptualize the concept of the youth dividend, and how do we ensure that we lend our voices to ensuring that that work is not stifled even when they are budgeted. Let me, on behalf of the National Youth Development Agency, formally table an apology from the executive chairperson. Unfortunately, due to conflicting commitments, she could not be able to make it today, so I'm officially tabling our apology as the agency, but I'm here, so don't worry, not all is lost. In case you want to throw stones at the NYDA, we're going to be with you for the next coming 2 days. So we're going to be receiving a message of support at this point from SAIC on the role of youth workers in democratic South Africa. The message of support will be delivered by Mr. Bonginkosi Nkosi, who is the secretary of the board. Can we please put our hands together to welcome Mr. Nkosi on the podium?
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the session, Honorable Minister, our distinguished guest, greetings to all. Youth work professionalization in South Africa was initiated by South African Association of Youth Clubs at about as early as 1986. Currently, as I stand before you, I've turned 35, not so long. This process began when I believe I was still at my mother's belly. or when I was still conceived. However, we stand together today. We are still at a process where we want to formalize this process in ensuring that youth work becomes professionalized. SAIC has turned 85 years this month. Out of that 85 years, I've only lived 35 of those years. Through it all, while youth work was practiced early as the mid-1970s by faith-based organizations, local municipalities allocated the responsibility of youth development to social workers as early as 1960s. The earlier formal qualifications were provided by seminaries and Bible colleges. This first formal qualification to be provided by South African secular institutions, educations were developed by the late 1990s to the early 2000s. Through those institutions, that formed what was known as PRODIWORK, Professional Development of Youth Work Consortium. This Department of Child and Youth Development at the then Technikon of Natal, the Department of Child and Youth Development of Technikon Southern Africa, the Department of Child and Youth Development at the University of Port Elizabeth, Commonwealth Youth Program at the University of South Africa, Youth Program at the University of Venda, the Southern African Association of Youth Clubs, the Southern African Association of Youth Clubs, the South African Youth Workers Association, and the Ipeleng Youth Leadership Development Program. It has been a process. It has been a journey. Nothing is new. It's only one thing that I've realized that keeps on changing. It is the faces that are given the responsibility to do this work. We are of the view that as SAIC, we are hoping that from this process today, starting today and even tomorrow, we are hoping and believing that through yourselves delegated to this gathering, we'll be able to, for the first time, be able to implement. One of the critical issues with these engagements is that we keep on talking and we do less, and people grow. I wish that another 35-year-old standing before you representing one of the institutions gathered here will tell a different story. But it is upon all of us seated today that we commit ourselves on behalf of all the young people across the spectrum of South Africa, not just only South Africa, but throughout SADC. We as South African Association believe that we don't only serve South African youth, but the entire SADC. Because one, the failure of our neighboring countries, it is the failure of this country as well. It is upon us that when we speak and when we think and when we deliberate on issues, we become broader than ourselves. Because to solve this problem, it will take a broader nation than South Africa alone. With that said, MC of the session, I want to say thank you, and we wish you well on your deliberations from today and tomorrow as well. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nkosi, for that moving input. I think there is one critical message that I think we must all take away today. That we don't plant trees with an intention to be the benefiters of the shade that tree is going to produce. So when you're sitting here and making contributions to changing the development trajectory and the economic trajectory of South Africa for the benefit of young people, you don't do it with an intention to be the sole beneficiary. And I think the work that we're doing requires us to be selfless. It requires us not to think about ourselves, but to think about the future generation. I mean, he was speaking about how SAIC is turning 85. And the many people that have served in the organization are not sitting here with us today. But if it was not for their contribution, some of the fruits of their labor would have not been realized. So we want to encourage all of us sitting here that we are 34 points. Don't stop contributing because you believe that after 35 you're no longer going to benefit. We're doing this for the future generation. We're doing this for the benefit of this country. So we want to thank you for those moving words that indeed we must talk less and ensure that we work more. We have spoken enough. It is now time to ensure that we do the work that needs to be done. Colleagues, we're going to move on to the next item on the agenda. At this point, we're going to be introducing the interim board so that you can be able to know the people that are going to be leading this work on our behalf. And when we are saying interim, we mean for skashananyana. They are placeholders. So don't sit and say, yeah, no, but. Because we're starting with this work, we need a team together to ensure that we hit the ground running. And at a time when the relevant people must take over, they will definitely take over. To ensure that the team that is leading us will hand over this work to young people so that they can be able to ensure that the agreements that we have these coming next days can materialize, and we know who exactly to hold accountable should some of those interventions that we want to be put in place fall in between the cracks. So we're just going to request colleagues at this point in time that these colleagues, if they could please just stand up and come to the fore so that you can be able to see them, so that as and when you need to engage with them, you know their faces and you know who exactly to lend your support to. So the interim board, colleagues, for the South African Association for Youth Development Practitioners, the interim board is led by Dr. Bernice Tlhagala, who is the chairperson. She is from the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disability. If Dr. Bernice can just come and stand in front so that the colleagues can be able to see who we're speaking about. We've got Dr. Pearl Mlocha, who is a secretary. She is from the National Department of Social Development. They are absent, but we will get to know them. They've got other conflicting priorities. We've got the treasury that is led by Mr. Jabu Mahlangu, who is from the South African Association of Youth Clubs. We've got the governing body that is led by Ms. Tebogo Suping, who is from Activate Exchange. And we've got another colleague, Mr. Godfrey Mahluku, who's from the University of South Africa, Youth Development Student Alumni. Do we only have 2 colleagues here present? The others are online. All right. We are told that our colleagues, because we're having a hybrid session, that our colleagues will be online. But these are the 2 colleagues that you're going to be interacting with. As and when we're making contributions, we're seeking colleagues that you do engage with them, lend your support, lend your expertise, so that we can be able to build this body and we ensure that we professionalize the hustle. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you very much. You know, as I'm busy saying professionalizing the hustle, that's what my 2000 call it. So if you don't understand what it means to hustle, then hey, we might need to ask from the Veterans Association if we can if we can start a session. But that was just on a lighter note. So we're here, colleagues, to ensure that we do professionalize the hustle of young people, that young people who are in the informal sector, young people who are in the semi-formal sector, young people who are in the formal sector come together, exchange ideas, and there is no red tape that says you are on the left and you are on the right, but we all sit in one room and ensure that whatever interventions it is that we put in place, they all benefit. It becomes our responsibility that as and when we see red tapes, we call them out so that those who are sitting on the outskirts or in the periphery and not able to access some of these opportunities can be given an opportunity to equally participate. So we call on you, colleagues, that as you are sitting here, you know a young person who is, a young person who's got a car wash, who does not have a registered company. This is their platform. Open it up for more young people who are in different sectors, who are playing different roles in our communities, so they too can be able to contribute towards professionalizing the hustle of young people so that it can be recognized and young people can be able to have spaces where they interact to shape policy, to interrogate policy, and to ensure that they become agitators of change. Chairperson of the association, the Chief Director of Youth Development in the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. She's going to be unpacking the South African Association for Youth Development Practitioners and telling us what is its mandate, what is it exactly that brings us together, and what are some of those key interventions that we should be putting in place, speaking towards what Mr. Nkosi was saying, that let's talk less and ensure that there is more work that is being done. So can we please put our hands together for Dr. Bernice Tlhagala as she comes to the podium.
Africa, maluphakanyiswi, siuphondolwayo, izwa imithandazo, izwa imithandazo yethu. Sibe. Thanks, Deputy Chair, for coming to my rescue. Sometimes some people, some things you can't buy. I love singing so much, but unfortunately I can't buy myself a good voice. Otherwise I was going to do exactly that. As they are loading the presentation, I don't know what happened because I sent it. Let me start off by greeting everyone. But then first, let me acknowledge the presence of my minister. Minister who is always very supportive. Just last week, she was supporting us in Durban, and then today she is here. She has been in the 16 days. She's just everywhere. Minister, we acknowledge your support. And let me also thank the Deputy Chairperson. She was also chairing the program in the summer school, the BRIC Summer School, and today she is here again chairing the program. So she's becoming the program director for youth development. And let me thank all the youth focal points from civil society organizations, from government, and young people present here. And let me also acknowledge the presence of the Minister's advisor, Usmabatu. Thank you very much for your support. My role is just to give you an overview of what this association is all about, and to just thank the sector for being very patient with us. When we chose the interim board, you've heard Deputy Chairperson mentioning that it is an interim board. We just wanted the work to move forward. And we said we are tired of not going to the sector to give them tangible feedback. So we felt that maybe a small team had to sit and facilitate establishment of the association. So we are still going to do proper things of ensuring that the real board of the association is put in place. But then I would like to thank all colleagues, chairs, people who are passionate about youth development. In a nutshell, this is something that is very close to my heart. I'm sure colleagues who knows, they will know that wherever I go, I try to advocate for professionalization. And the reason I'm doing that is precisely what the Deputy Chair mentioned, that people stop being young people, but it does not mean that they stop being passionate and having the interest of young people at heart. So we need to get organized as people who have got the interest of advocating for the rights of young people. So that is why we are establishing this association, so that we can get ourselves organized as a sector, so that issues that impact negatively on young people, we can assist in empowering young people so that they can speak for themselves. They say that our role is to ensure that young people disrupt and cause changes in the society. And it is only through our efforts, if we encourage them to use their energies positively, that they can bring changes in the society. But then if we don't speak up, our youth will continue suffering, they will continue not transiting into adulthood smoothly because of the challenges that they are encountering. Let me go to the presentation that I've been asked. Today I'm presenting the contents of the association. The association is called South African Association for Youth Development Practitioners. And it is currently contained in the AU Decade Plan of Action. Also be supporting us on professionalization. And then professionalization. As part of the public service, we are also professionalizing the youth sector. And then the youth sectors towards, the contribution is also aligned to the 5th priority of the National Youth Policy of effective youth development machinery. Next slide. I've already mentioned that we hosted the 2 conferences, and the first conference was opened by the Deputy Minister Manamela. And this provided a dialogue for education and training of youth workers. We know that in South Africa, we've got the institutions that are providing youth development qualification. We've got UNISA, University of Venda, Stellenbosch, Durban University of Technology, Nelson Mandela Metropolitan University. These institutions are offering qualification in youth development. And then today, we have facilitated promote youth work as an occupation that is primarily serving the interests of young people. It means that the reason why we are promoting this is that first we need to serve the interest of young people. And then it will also advocate for professionalization of youth development practice, a goal that is directly linked to the NDP and the National Youth Policy. It will advocate for creation of capacity building opportunities for youth workers. It will also strengthen formal education and training, create a competent pool of professional youth workers. It will also contribute to development of a code of ethics. And then importantly, it will also promote exchange of knowledge and best practices amongst the youth workers. It means that we will have conferences where we exchange best practices, where we exchange knowledge. But then those will be the outcomes of us serving in the communities. So first and foremost, we want to see youth workers visible in the communities, having outreach programs in the communities. And then as an outcome of that, then we will share what will be the best practices as well as knowledge. Primarily, the association will advance the interest of young people. I think I want to emphasize that our role is to primarily advocate for young people. So that is primarily our role. In terms of the implementation, the constitution was developed, and then we have registered the association, and then in February, and then the association, now we need to make sure that we raise awareness on the association and communicate its existence. The association will operate as a national entity, but then eventually we would want to have provincial chapters that even reach out to and establishing the local youth missionaries. Membership to the association is open to youth workers or youth development practitioners, youth focal points across all sectors in all spheres of government. It is also open to youth development students, as well as unemployed graduates. It's open to youth development academics and researchers. It's also open to youth development policy makers and any individual organization supporting the principles and objectives of the association shall also be allowed to register. We are encouraging potential members to register, and then tomorrow we will be developing a roadmap which is going to operationalize the functioning of the association. We are going to also be resuscitating partnerships with institutions of higher learning, partnerships with civil society organizations, as well as development partners. And then we want to commend the South African Association of Youth Clubs for being the first partners to partner to come on board. And today we are launching this collaborating with SAIC. And then we will also present the constitution of the association to the registered members for adoption, and the term of office of the interim board shall be determined by the members of the association. We have done, the interim board has done what it's supposed to do, so we now have to have a permanent structure. So that will be determined by the membership. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bernice, for taking us through the objectives and overall mandate of the association. I think as you were speaking, I thought to myself, Minister, maybe I must start invoicing the department for always making me a program director. But thank you so much. I think these platforms are necessary for young people to exchange ideas. I think as and when you were speaking and reflecting about the work that we're doing last week in preparation for the 2023 BRICS chairship, I think there was a call really from the minister that we need to ensure that each and every space you identify is opened and accessible to young people. There should not be any space in South Africa, in the economy, in our communities where young people cannot be able to have access to. And this platform creates that very opportunity for us to ensure that we open up more space, to ensure that young people participate in those platforms. There is no platform, that, is exclusive to young people. Even last week we were speaking about the importance of young people participating in multilateral platforms. There is a need for there to be that type of exchange, whether on an intergenerational level, whether amongst peers. But it is important for us that as and when we present these opportunities for such associations, more and more young people participate, more and more young people see this opportunity as a stepping stone to open up more spaces and to have access to even different spaces. So we really do appreciate the work that has been done to this date to ensure that there is this space. And we also, as would have said, encourage more young people, whether unemployed graduates, whether professionals, whether non-professionals, any young person who wants to participate. We do encourage that you open up the space to ensure that they've got access to these opportunities. We just want to move on, colleagues. As we would have said, we are going to ensure that there is time for you to make contributions to the speakers that would have been here. If you have questions, please already note them down. We're just going to ensure that we give you that opportunity. At this point, colleagues, we're going to introduce the Honorable Minister, Minister Maite Nkwana-Mashabane, who is the Minister in the Presidency responsible for women, youth, and persons with disabilities. A very passionate advocate for inclusivity. I think every time she speaks and we speak, if we don't say we must build an inclusive world, she can actually just stand up and call order on you, because she imagines a world where we're all free to participate, a world that is just, a world that sees the rights of the marginalized, a world that recognizes the voices of women, a world that acknowledges the dreams and aspirations of young people, the LGBTQI+ community. She is that woman that is leading the ministry. She previously was the Minister of Rural Development and Land Reform. She was also a Minister of International Relations and Cooperation. She is a leader of the African National Congress and its National Executive Committee, as well as the National Working Committee. And she has previously led in various structures in the Limpopo province. So this is a woman that has got a wealth of knowledge over years in different spaces, in different situations. And I think, colleagues, this is an opportune moment as young people for you to be able to engage people who are in critical positions and say, these are the perceptions that we have as young people, and this is what we think we can be able to do to change the narrative. It is important that as and when we are speaking about some of the challenges that South Africa faces, we also bring forth solutions. All of us here, I can almost guarantee you that we can be able to raise a problem. I can tell you that I was stuck in traffic because of load shedding. There is a problem that each and every one of us can have. But what builds a country, what builds a society, is us putting the building blocks of solutions to be able to ensure that we build a just and inclusive world that is intersectional as well as intergenerational. So, colleagues, I'm going to request that we rise on our feet and we put our hands together for the Honorable Minister, Minister Maite Ngwana Mashabane.
Please be seated. Thank you. Program Director, Ms. Karabo Mohale. Eriki Pule Sekab. First time I saw you or met you, I saw the name Karabo, okay, Mohale. Oh, but this one is a she, it's not a he. Because I've got a Karabo, Mohale, who doesn't use the Nkwana Mashabane surname? And he doesn't want to, but he is my son. So, and I listened to you speak, and the passion. And I thought, wow, welcome home. Ms. Nkululeko Prudence Ngwenya, Head of Division of the Youth Development AU. The Head of the Social Policy Development of the Commonwealth Secretariat, Lynn Robinson. Boykin Gosi of the SAAYC board, our Chief Director, Dr. Benis Tlagale, my advisor, Mabato Bogoshi, the professional young people or wannabe gathered here today, and those who are, good morning. Today we have come to officially launch the South African Association for Youth Work Practitioners, SAAYDP. The launch of the association is a critical milestone in advancing youth development and emphasizes the necessary role young people play in addressing society's greatest challenges. The professionalism and the professionalization of youth work is highlighted under the pillar on effective and responsive youth development machinery in the National Youth Policy 2030. Furthermore, the establishment of the association is in line with the approved national framework for the professionalization of the public sector, which is in line with South Africa's National Development Plan 2030. Besides our department, we always, even as it is part of our department, wink an eye and look the other way and check what the NYDA is doing with, not for, the young people of South Africa. The launch, therefore, of the association is a catalyst in ensuring that young people take their rightful place in developmental agenda of our country, of the continent, and of the world. Program Director, I'm sorry to say this to you. Many a times I come across young people. It's either they are above 21 and becoming impatient to get freebies, or they're about 35 if they're South African and they feel very, very old. Then I wonder, in my world, Program Director, kabare ubudule, it's when you are 35. Until you are 60, between 35 and 60, that's when you work day and night for your people. Work, I don't mean making speeches only. Why don't you do both? Do participate in these meetings, but also encourage our youth across South Africa, across the continent. I am trepidating to say the world, because I'm just much more worried and spent sleepless night about South Africans and the youth around my world who wants to own a farm but doesn't want to participate in the actual production that takes place there on the farm. They think they're gonna go somewhere and fetch some two-legged somebody somewhere who's going to plant potatoes for them and do the whole legwork. Even count how many potatoes are in this bag and close it, pack it, and then count. And I come with my cigar and say, okay, so there are so many. So I'll charge so much for so much. Who is doing the actual dirty work? Wherever I go this side, I meet Dr. So-and-so, and I go the other side, I see Dr. somebody. Now I'm talking to South Africans. There's absolutely nothing wrong to be Dr. So-and-so and also get your hands really dirty. We are told that with climate change, not far will we having a global community almost starving to death with their hands, with their doctorate, with their knowledge. But this shyness to touch things that make food, it's scaring me. Because when we were young, we had, I'm talking about South Africans, to fight for freedom, but when you get back home, you will not find somebody who had cooked for you. You will not pass by Woolies to pick up a sandwich. You had to sleep with your stomach full after having done all these things and even gone to school, even having no one coming to defend you on something that you haven't done right. Earlier on in the private room, I was complaining about the way we do things in silos and end up not knowing at which point do we bring the silo mentalities to meet. I count myself in, because yes, Program Director, I was there when we said, oh, since Berlin, since 1945, we talk of multilateralism, but there was never another body that takes care of those who said they are independent, but they do not have another place to call home except multilateralism. Multilateralism, yes, we believe in, but where does it live? That's when we started BRICS. A year later and a year later, oh no, BRICS workers. But where is BRICS youth? What are the young people who are aspiring to take over someday? Not only politically, but also making sure that there are also products that we can proudly say they happened, not under our watch, but with our participation, because BRICS happened. Some director of the World Bank visited South Africa. And we said, well, what do these people talk about BRICS Bank? Are you sure we need another multilateral bank? There is IMF. They said there's more than enough space. Get on and make sure that things are done. So my appeal, before you say things to me, because you're going to try and respect me and say sit down, is all of us in this room. When I look around in this room, I see leaders who are going to make South African Association for Youth Practitioners work. When they say, where are the leaders? Don't look somewhere. They mean you. When they say workers, they mean you. Even if you are Dr. So-and-so at the University of Venda or of the Eastern Cape or the North or wherever. I am not jealous of you. You live in a very complex world. Your maturity, you reach your maturity in a very complex world where things are just not straight and narrow. Everybody believes what he or she says is the right thing. Everything must be challenged. Everything is being challenged. There's a shortage of money, but there's enough money in some pockets somewhere. But it doesn't go where people need it. So you are already needed where you are sitting. Women are being killed like flies under our watch. I say under our watch because this happened with us sitting here. Drugs are all over while we are sitting somewhere. Silo mentality says, I don't do drugs. Don't do anything with these people. Let them sit somewhere. You know, when we came back recently, President sent us to Senegal for the second Positive Masculinity Summit hosted by President Macky Sall. Our journey back home was like we were going to, I don't know, another world. There are no flights. I don't know how many hours they fly. So I came across some very interesting individual who was flying with me to South Africa, who said, you know, I'm going to that country, but I don't do anything with those people. So I opened my eyes wide. So I'm trying to charm him in Hindi because, no, I don't want to do anything with those people. I try him in Urdu. No, I'm not Pakistani. I try him in, I come from Chennai. I'm like, okay, Tamil. he started oozing. No, I'm just saying to you, you know, when I visit South Africa, I only go there because to see my 20 friends. And you know what? They're all white. 20. They're 20 now. But I said, that's South Africa. It's where I was born. That's where I live. That's when I say I'm going home, that's where I am going. Born there, in Makhoslu. I do not have any other place to call home except that one. By the time the plane landed, the short gentleman, I didn't know where he ended up. I wanted to follow him to see where he was going, so where he was going to see his first friend, who's not looking like him, but deep in my heart, I knew, because I was born in Makhoslu, that the white friends, he was referring to them, counting, I have 20 friends. They don't want to be counted that way. They want to be South African first. They are South Africans. They visit somewhere, and I can tell you, Program Director, if you want to hear how South Africans love South Africans, ask those. Because there's no place like home. All the professionals in the room, let us get more education in our surroundings. Let us educate all those in our surroundings. Let us not be self-centered. Yes, let's also professionalize civil service. What do you do for a living? It's like, if you work for government, no. Go and make it more professional and make young people want to work for government and do it professionally. No dodging, no doing when you've checked all sides of your body and you can't point somewhere where it's aching. That's when you come to work. No. Make sure that young people want to follow you, want to work for government because they are working for their people. But working for government is not only attending seminars and sitting at desks and pointing at others. If you are in the profession or a given profession, make that profession shine as you work for government. Work like there is no tomorrow. Work like you were working for self, because indeed, working for government is working for self. UNISA became one of our pride, because UNISA, you touch South Africa, you touch UNISA in every corner of the world where you are. Let us all work to make it much more professional and much more to cheat where UNISA is, because we are not visitors. We are here to make sure that the youth of South Africa work in a coordinated, resourced, and institutionalized way, in the manner that they would also feel proud that, yes, we are South African. Yes, we are 60%, we form part of the 60% of the population of the continent of Africa. Program Director, you stole from me when you spoke from May Charlotte Makgomo Manya Maqeki and her husband Maqeki. Nobody, they waited for no money from somebody to do something. If they had to get somewhere, they used their voices. The other one was a priest and also a bricklayer. So you want house to be built? He's there. You want a priest? He also can do that. Mama Matake, when she said, if you rise with your people. As you rise, if you find someone next to, rise with that person. Let us keep singing their slogans, yes, but let us keep doing things the way they do. Don't say, no, they don't mean me. If we say there is toxic masculinity here, and you are nearer that, please make sure that it is erased and it does not exist. If you are a young woman, don't take advantage of the fact that there's a war cry from women who are saying, we're sick and tired, and start abusing the one you live with to test if you can say, yes. And I felt very sorry for a young man who said he ran away from home, he visits his children, because he got married to a woman who had already had a girl child. She, the wife, I don't know if he's telling the truth, trains the girl to start bath whichever time you want. In fact, even if it's next to the door, if he's not an abuser, he must just look the other way. Otherwise, he must get out of here. So he thought he should run away because he doesn't want to be accused of having done something to that girl someday. So if we are going to build this nation, if we are going to be, I'm talking about South Africa, and we are going to be professional, we should be like the other professionals who still live in homes that they wish they could turn around their eyes and have them better in Swaziland, in Zimbabwe, in our neighboring countries. But they don't look at somebody else to come do their dirty linen first before they start moving. They work together. You know, fellow Africans, before I became an ambassador, I thought we were many. Black people were many. We are actually talking about the population of the world. We are a minority. The one thing we just don't do right is to want to do things ourselves. We want to be Professor so-and-so and thinking, if you become that thing, you're not going to do, there will be nothing else to touch. That's why where you arrive, you must first be introduced some in that way, and then look your way, and then do nothing. This reminds me of what my late husband used to say, that when we were fighting for freedom, they would sit in a corner. Boys always liked sitting in corners. They still do, even at funerals. He said, hey, you know, when we get freedom, what do you mean? Wake up every morning, go sit by the beach, and do nothing, just bask by the sun. People who bask by the sun at the seafront, they would have worked very, very hard first for that. So that's what, when we say we want to professionalize work, the place of work for the youth, it should be that they follow the good that we are also doing. We are here. I am an adult, no doubt. I am saying through you will stop the lack of recognition of youth work as a profession. We will continue to make sure that even though we don't achieve all the targets of National Youth Policy 2030, life would not stop there. We should continue doing that. We continue to witness many youth work practitioners with a wealth of experience and passion leave the profession to seek better career opportunities. That is not right. Effects include lack of high quality services rendered to youth. Therefore, recognizing and professionalizing youth work is no longer an option, but a developmental priority. It's only through the support of capable and highly skilled youth workers that the transition from adolescence into adulthood would be a successful one. By the way, let me share with you, there will never be somebody at if I deal adolescent, now you are an adult. Its nature moves at its own pace and moves according to your capability. If you mix things, you are going to have to do them right, straight, someday. Our department has already developed the South African Youth Development Bill, which, amongst others, provides for professional recognition of youth development practice. The bill will soon be consulted, and I trust that the deliberations from this youth work Indaba and your own views will help enrich the bill. In conclusion, I believe that this generation of young people carry the aspirations and expertise to strengthen the mutual development based on inclusivity, transformation, solidarity, and sustainability. I urge you all to use your collective energies, diverse skills, and expertise to address developmental changes, particularly those facing the youth. In the words of Han Riley, professional recognition is not simply granted. It is attained through struggle. Let us struggle to keep our people loving themselves and being professional in what they do and be there. Don't be bas asiyong musebeting. I wish you and this youth Indaba work 2022 the best, but the outcome that we will all live. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. May I please request that we give her one more round of applause. We would like at this point to acknowledge the Director General of the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability, Advocate Joyce Mikateko Maluleke, who has just joined us. And I think, DG, you joined us at a time where the Minister was officially launching and recognizing the association, and I think it is actually a milestone achievement for all of us sitting here that government is here. They are dedicating themselves to professionalizing youth work in the country. The Minister reminds us that there is an important need for all of us to contribute towards changing the material conditions of the marginalized people of South Africa. It is important for us to ensure that as and when we speak about some of the interventions that we're going to make, she gave an example of how we don't want to actually do the actual work of farming, but rather want to be elites who collect profit but don't actually understand the actual work that needs to be done. And this is a challenge for all of us as young people, that the only way you can be able to grow and develop is if you understand the art of the work itself, so that you can be able to appreciate what goes in and what it is that should come out. More often than not, I think we've been given example, especially of restaurant owners, who sit somewhere in an office far away from where their establishments are, that your manager will tell you that you made 10 rand while you actually made 1,000 rand. But you would not know because you don't understand the company or the organization it is that you own as an individual. So it is important for us to understand those nuances that goes into the work. Let's not only want to benefit from the fruit, we need to be the people who actually plant the seeds. We must nourish the seeds. We must prune the trees when they grow. We must actually harvest so that we are able to appreciate the value chain. And I think, Minister, you are challenging us because more often than not as young people, we like to rhetoric, especially when it comes to South Africa having a lot of natural resources. It's always the song that we all sing, when you want to sound revolutionary like myself. South Africa has got a lot of gold, but we don't process it. We export it, then we import it again. So the minister is here saying, take that lesson, take it into the farm, take that lesson, take it into your workplace. It is not enough for you as a young person to give us theory, but we need to be able to ensure that we become the symbol of change. We become the agitators and actors to ensure that we change the landscape of youth work in South Africa. As a government official, it's the very first time that I work in government. I really must confess, Minister, I've always been a private sector person all my life. And, I would always hear people complain about government service. If you go to this department, you're going to wait for an entire hour. But you then start to realize that you are the workers of government. So if you are complaining, it means you are the ones that actually make people wait in a queue for an hour, right? So when do we start becoming the change that we want to see? And that is exactly what the minister is saying to us today. When do we start ensuring that we sacrifice our lunch breaks? You don't see an old person standing there and you say, no, nagia lunching, I'll see you after 30 minutes. When do you become selfless in your service? When do you put humanity first in your line of duty? And that is the words that the minister is leaving us today with, that we have the greatest responsibility to defend humanity and to fight for what is right. As we observe 16 days of activism against violence, that it is our responsibility to contribute towards building safer communities that are conducive for the growth and development of women and children. This is a moment in time, Minister, as you would have said, for us to build a cohort of young people that are multidimensional. Young people who understand that they live in what we call a VUCA world, a world that is volatile, a world that is uncertain, a world that is complex, a world that is ambiguous. But even in that VUCA world, they become agile, that when we're speaking about the digital economy, they don't sit and say, we don't have the skills. They get up and go and look for the skills that are needed for an economy that is led by the fourth industrial revolution. So that is what the minister is saying, by us being young people who are agile and multidimensional, that we move as the times move, that we grow as the times grow, that we ensure that in every season we are ready to make a contribution. In every space we are ready and prepared to make a contribution. Colleagues, we're going to move to the next item on the agenda. We're exactly on time. Minister, my Christmas bonus. I'm lobbying for my Christmas bonus, that we're exactly on the hour, where we're going to be calling for young people and all participants to make comments, to ask questions, or make inputs. Colleagues, we're going to request that you are as brief as possible. We do appreciate that we all have capacity to deliver a keynote address, but there was only one keynote, and that was the minister. So let's keep our inputs as succinct as we possibly can. Please ensure that your language is moderate. Please ensure that as a speaker is on the floor, colleagues, we minimize the conversations. I know sometimes we can be excited and say, yes, but let's please minimize, the background noise so that the minister and all other colleagues who made inputs can be able to hear what is being delivered. So we're just going to request our colleagues to assist us with a roving mic so that we can be able to enter into the open session where all of us will be requested to make a comment. So we do have enough time, colleagues, to ensure that we accommodate as many people as possible. But my only plea would be just that we keep it as short as possible so that we allow as many inputs or as many questions as possible. If there are more questions, we're just going to cut them so that at least, the respondents can be able to respond. We don't want 20 questions and others are left unanswered, so we're going to try and ensure that the session is as interactive as we possibly can make it to be. Can we please request, yes, we are ready with the roving mics. Can we then take hands, colleagues, that would want to make inputs or ask questions to all of the speakers? I'm not sure if our guests online are still there, but should they have disconnected, we'll definitely ensure that we submit the written comments or questions that you will have for our speakers. We had the representative from the African Union, the representative from the Commonwealth Secretariat, we had the Board Secretariat of SAIC, we had the Chief Director in the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability, as well as the Honorable Minister who delivered inputs today. So as and when you do make your contribution, just please highlight to where the question or the comment is directed to so that the colleagues can be able to note your inputs. We'll then just request colleagues that you raise your hand so that we can be able to note you, and we'll give you the platform to make a contribution. You can stand up. You are noted. You are noted. Noted. Do we have any other hands, colleagues? Noted, sir. May I also just request that you just introduce yourself and the organization which you're representing. Even if you're not representing an organization, you can say, I'm Karabo Mohala, I'm representing myself. It's still okay. You are more than welcome. So don't be shy not to comment because you're not representing any organization. You're on the floor, ma'am.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Just please hold the mic a bit
Am I audible
closer.
enough?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Nokulunga Indaba. I am the founding member of the I Believe Me Foundation. I am actually intrigued and I'm really excited to notice that it is not only me who resonate with the challenges that I observed. So the moment you have a problem with something, it just indicates that you are the solution. So what the minister has touched base on about our youth in South Africa not wanting to go deep with their dirty spades, but wanting to be the professionals that don't do anything, it's something really that is appalling. Because we really have to work on this South Africa and leave it to those that are coming behind us with the baton that is ready to be taken forward. So from the I Believe Me Foundation, we are saying we really need to shift the mindsets. That is the starting point, because we were conditioned to believe that studying and getting a job is what is going to make our lives bright. But we have gifts and talents that are so innate, and we really need to touch those gifts and unleash them and let the lion roar, because we all have got gifts. But if we are going to believe that we have to do what someone else is doing without knowing who you are, then we are forever going to be missing the point. And the question is, what kind of a baton are we preparing to hand over to those that are coming behind us and many generations to come? So it's a challenge to each and every one of us who is here to find it within. What is it that you are here for? Because the voice and the word is to say, what is it that you want? That which you want is something that is in you to can serve other people. We are called to be servants. So we've got that great power that calls us to serve. So we've got the solution to share with everybody, and then we realize what road are we constructing as we walk on it together. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Minister, and good morning, Karabo. My name is Jabulani Tabete from Hope for Africa Foundation and a ward committee member here at Ward 63 in Ekurhuleni in the sector of youth. I have a slight problem which I address many times. We have these abandoned buildings. When the municipality built a new building, we came up with something that we call it Hope Innovation Hub, where we're going to teach kids from the ages of 13 years when they enter the stage of youth, to teach them about 4IR, coding, agriculture, the related technologies, because there are no special schools that deals with that mostly in Gauteng. There are only, I think, 19. But we want to give those kids the skill. And the municipality, what I've noticed in my work, there was an abandoned clinic, which the municipality built a clinic, and they told us this, they reserved it for SASA, what. Now we've seen it, there is an IEC there. I went even to the municipality and asked, I wrote to the previous mayor, say we want to use this building to turn it to skills, because there's a lack of skills, as the minister I think touched, lack of skills in our youth. But we want to teach, as my sister said here, we were here to serve young people. We want to teach them the skills, but our government doesn't support us on our visions that we have as young people. So, Minister, as in higher office, we want your intervention in our township, our rural areas, in these abandoned buildings, so that we can turn them into something great that will reduce crime rate, teenage pregnancy, and other sorts of things. So that's the question I have. How can the department jump in to help us that we secure that IEC get out and go back to the CCC? We want the building as young people, because young people go to drugs these days. We don't want that. We want them to become people of solution of tomorrow. Like now, we have load shedding. What if it's a youngster that was 13-year-old who can come up with the solution of load shedding? So thank you, colleagues.
Thank you very much. Thank you, colleagues. Good morning. My name is Lebo Moyechi. I'm the youth coordinator from the Department of Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs in Gauteng, responsible for monitoring and support of our municipalities' youth practitioners. Let me also acknowledge the presence of our minister and also the leadership present of NYDA and all the structures and stakeholders available. Mine is going to dwell much on the gist of the association and also unpacking it so that the challenge we face on the ground is the competing interests of us as professionals and also the competing interests of us as stakeholders in dealing with the sector, which is the youth sector. You see, in South Africa, colleagues, we have a council. The responsibility of a council, I'll give you an example of the Council of Social Service Professionals, which currently deals with the social workers and the youth child care workers. And I know the social development is still in the process of professionalizing the community development practitioners. We are having an association, and then I'm trying to get how do we link it with the council, because you have to be registered with the council as a youth development practitioner going forward. And what will be the work of a council and also the work of the association? Because in social work profession, the work of the association is to support and also the development of the professionals themselves. But the work of the council is to regulate the profession itself. So we need to get a signage on that so that we don't have the confusion in dealing with the whole process in the sector, so that we can eliminate and also eliminate the issues of competition and also try to navigate and complement each other. That is the input that I need to make. Colleagues, also on the same breath, we also have a serious challenge of which we should also dwell with it. I'm from Kokta, and I see my colleagues from Ikuruleni, City of Joburg, they're here. The sector itself, especially in the local government chairperson, we find a situation, Minister. That's the reason we say we need to professionalize the sector so that we can have a consistent human resource that will be in the sector to deliver on the mandate of the National Development Plan. We will have our stable municipalities in coalition, comrades and colleagues. Today we are working with this one from the youth sector in the office of the mayor. The next minute, after 2 months, someone gets in, the youth practitioner leaves, you get the other one. So we should develop a link and the regulation. How do we make the determination? It's either we take you out from the minister's office and also put you into youth social development in the municipality, so that we can have that synergy of working together, so that tomorrow we don't have my brother working in Orange Farm, and when we need report, Minister, we found that no, in City of Johannesburg there is new sheriff, and that one you need the report. It's no longer there, we are having the new one. So those are some of the technicalities and also the issues that we need to address. We made them in length with Salga as Kokta, and we are also continuing to say, how do we deal with it? Because of the reason we propose firstly to say, these people, they should be in the office of the political head. It's for them, because it's for them to get that political support. But it seems like now it's getting to cause confusion with that regard. So I think we need to be specific on going forward with that. Let me pause. I'll give others a chance. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Honorable Minister, DG, the NYDA, our favorite people that we love, Sintanda Kakul, members of the... No, we saw you at the interview. We were excited to see you again, being appointed. I think they have done justice for this spot. We're excited by how you guys are working, especially we're seeing growth of young women emerging in these very much difficult spaces. The glass ceiling, it's still there. We are breaking it bit by bit. Well, my name is Bonkosi Shabangu. I'm from Emalahleni local municipality. I'm a senior researcher. Don't mind the body. I'm a young person, not by heart, biologically. So, well, I just want to go first and make an input. Then I'll just make a question. You see, the issue of youth work, it's strenuous, especially in our climate. The unemployment rate, the unending political instability, sometimes they tend to become constraints to how government must implement its work. And the most important factor, again, is the silo working of departments and institutions.
we have a problem. My colleague here, we once spoke about having an association in Emalahleni so that we can see we have a challenge currently of getting young people to participate in government, because the narrative of relationship of society with government is like they're seeing us wearing shirts and these trousers and these shoes. They say, "Nidlimalete tax," but logically so, we cannot get the finest amongst them to come back and plow back to the municipality because of the lack of the mixed match of skills that are acquired in different institutions. So that is one of the issues that we need to fix at. Once we are professionals in this sector, we need to remove the red tape of saying that, hey, we're waiting for economic development to come in on this matter to assist in terms of funding, waiting for DSD because it's not here. There's conflict. Let there be commitment from every department so that it's going to be reliable. Because these associations and organizations that are being open continuous, there's SAIC, there's SAEC, there's South African National Youth Council. They come to the council and say, hey guys, us also advocating for the youth, want to work. It becomes a challenge. We need a regulation. We need to have one umbrella. Because opening associations of association, we're just putting one bodies. And the people who are mainly concerned are those who come to us. We are in the municipality level. We work with people daily to daily. I think we have more than 50 people that we attend to. We go out of meetings, attend communities. So we see these challenges come back. Today we are with Youth Forum, tomorrow with content group. So we need the department to create an umbrella, a simple umbrella that will coordinate everyone. That's the first thing that we need in the form of direction on this. Then the second thing is the issue of the priorities of youth work. You know, I have the presentation done there. There's a lot of things that need to be fixed because we don't need membership per se. We don't need membership. Honestly, we don't need membership. We need a bottom line association where everybody who's working in the municipality or any field must join so that they can get the proper skills. We have a very big challenge of having government giving these organizations, foundations, all the resources, financial support. But you go back again, they become, I don't want to use this name, but I need to use it. They become hustlers using those organizations. And government can only do as much. CPOs, youth formations, other organizations must come in and fill the gap in. That's why we open up these funding portals for them to come back and intervene. Even NYDA, they try again to skill these young people to come in. But they become rascals, they become criminals. They take the money that is supposed to assist people, they give it, they spend it on their own. And those things, they come back, become strenuous, and we tend to not reach a target where we need to pay. The last one, I just want to ask a question on this. Launched here. Can there be a priority being made to cut across all the directly the head become a stakeholder of this? Because professionalism from a side, I think it tends to not be narrated properly to students who are supposed to be educated. But a memorandum of understanding with the head also, that you can get a TVET student, a TUT student, university student, also from that part, join the association so that they can understand the field of work. I think they must not get out of university, being a graduate, then come back, do the work. And also we need to look at how we can take those ones who are unable to finish the courses or unable to get further education but get skills and training so that they can be hard and correct in age. Just they need to get some form of training and education. And it must be having credits to Malusi or Sakwa so that it does not become a fly-by-night. At least they can have some reservation about it. That's entirely what I want to put input. Thank you.
think the last speaker has just paralyzed me to an extent here. But I was taught where I come from as a young, when I was slightly younger than now, that I am never covered. I can also emphasize on the points that have been made. So I must not miss an opportunity to speak leadership. But thank you for that. My name is Chaba Meje. I'm from the Department of Higher Education and Training. I think, let me first welcome and appreciate the invite from the department, and also thank the wonderful input by all the colleagues that have spoken. Thank the minister for the input, and everyone else that's here, all protocol observed. Mine is just to really emphasize, to be honest with you, on the issue of creating a singular, well-coordinated structure to respond to young people in general. It's not the first time we are being invited to this kind of an environment. But when we leave, and everyone continues to do what they do in their own spaces. So, Minister, I think I'm putting you on the block here, that together with my minister that side, really we must put up a plan so that we can have one singular coordinated plan to respond to young people. Because I think also, as our department, we have a huge role to play in terms of the professionalization of the students. It's okay to have relationships with individual universities, but at a systemic level, as a department, I think between you and ourselves and other related departments and our entities, of course, we've got a big role to play into ensuring that we have one response, a government response to the challenges of young people. And of course, this department of yours, Minister, is better placed to be the lead department, because us, we are working maybe as a strat in a particular space of universities and education and others, but you speak broadly, you say youth. So I think there's no better place than to have this kind of a program to respond to the challenges of young people, to be coordinated at this level. And yes, we can have the discussion in terms of how. I'm not sure about the issue of legislation, because sometimes when you work with legislation, you can put yourself in a corner when you can't do any other things but to work within a particular parameter and context. So sometimes we need to be free as these organizations of young people to be able to continue to self-develop and self-determine ourselves as and when the needs of young people change and develop. So sometimes to officialize it and make it policy and legislated, we can only work between certain parameters. But I welcome this and will participate and throughout the program. And yes, we've got a number of programs that we are running currently right now in relations with certain stakeholders, Minister, that we've got South African Affairs of Student Development Practitioners, which always speaks about the professionalization of themselves as a catalyst to introduce and develop young, educated professionals that can better respond to challenges of the country. So if we can have relations with such entities of ours, together with the department, we can be able to respond to some of these challenges better in the future. As it stands right now, we are having a capacity development program of all SRCs coming in from tomorrow, actually here in the same space for the next 4 days. I think part of the programs that we should be discussing is to be able to say, as the young SRCs themselves, what is their role in the development of young people to be professionals, to be young professionals that are better placed to respond to the challenges of young people, and also their role in participating in the council itself, and what is it that they can bring back. So I think coming out of here, I'm lobbying the leadership here to bring one person so that can be able to present to the young SRCs that we are having in the next 3 days, to be able to also have a position on this. But other than that, thank you very much for a wonderful program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's 3 more hands.
I'm Tsepo Mashiro from Department of Economic in Mpumalanga. Minister, this is an input. Youth with disability still left behind, especially academically. I think the department must come up with a program that will be specifically encourage the youth with disability. Even in our even in our higher institution or any university, they don't even make 5% of the student there. That shows it's a real problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues. My name is Zolile Masinyane. I'm from the city of Ekurhuleni. I think the most difficult part, Minister, is that we found ourselves in situations where the opportunities for young people come with red tapes. And it has been said that the young people are being prioritized, but the opportunities always come with a red tape. For an example, the colleague of mine there, he spoke of the buildings in Ekurhuleni that they have to be used and so forth. The system that has been used, if one will identify a building, the building will have to be advertised to everyone. And you can imagine if he identify a building and then it goes to advertisement, then even anyone who's having an interest can be able to apply for that building and can win the bid of that building. And the one that has been identified the building become then sidelined. So I think it is highly important that, Minister, we also make the accessibility of opportunities for young people. Because these red tapes are the ones also as youth practitioners make it difficult for us as well. And it is high time that when we have programs that speak to young people, it must not only speak of talking, but it must come with opportunities. If we say that this is a program of entrepreneurs, we want on the side young people given that opportunities of entrepreneurship, either for funding or whatever opportunities, because the situation that we come across that will go to the townships, and again, Minister, is that, you know, most of programs are only focusing on where everyone is around. For an example, in Gauteng, we also have Garankuwa, but opportunities in Garankuwa arrive slightly, and you can see that they don't have much opportunities, but they fall under Garankuwa. But also, I think it is us as youth practitioners that we also view the townships, and we also go to the townships. And I also blame also the municipalities, because when you try to go to those townships, there's a lack of service delivered. Now, when you bring a program that speaks of entrepreneurs, it's no longer being entrepreneurial program. It is now service delivered program. So those are the challenges that we also have. But most important that I want to emphasize is the red tapes, Minister. Can the red tapes for young people be at least limited? You know, young people, only thing that they want accessibility. And other young people, they might not be much of professionalism, but you can take to them to that process, and the ending goal would be nice. So I think in that note, thank you very much, colleagues.
Greetings, Minister. Greetings, colleagues. Minister, I have been in the youth sector for almost 2 decades. And I have observed, especially this process of the professionalization of youth work. And I think one has to commend, especially Dr. B, for being persistent to see the process to what it's at right now. But Minister, I feel it has been too long. And Minister, I want to plead with you that all the subsequent processes from now on, can you be a catalyst so as to ensure that the processes doesn't take as long as this has taken? Secondly, I want to also support, there has been a lot of issues being raised on the institutionalization of youth development.
Your name, sir, sorry, you forgot to introduce yourself.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Begisisa Ngobo. I'm from the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies. I was also trying to emphasize on the issue of the institutionalization of youth development. Again, that has been a very long discussion. I was with the National Youth Commission back then. We were advocating for that. And I've seen also a number of discussions even now, still trying to advocate for the institutionalization of youth development in government. And as you can hear, even the 3 speakers that spoke spoke before me, they are worried that, there is no formal approach to youth development. There's no predictability. So if we institutionalize youth development will now take place without it being at the mercy of the accounting officer or the member of the executive committee. Because right now, since there is no formal institutionalization, everything that relates to youth development is subject to interpretation. And we need to have predictability, we need to have formal approach so that youth development is not at the mercy of who makes the final decision. Because if the person who makes the final decision doesn't see youth development as core, youth development in that particular sector suffers. So institutionalization of youth development, Minister, is very key. And again, that process has taken too long. Can we please get finality on it so that the implementation can start and young people can start benefiting from programs that departments can develop according to their core mandates? Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Oh, oh.
Oh, sure.
Please don't make me lose my jobs, colleagues. I was doing very, very well.
Well, you want.
Can I just please request, just hold on for me, sir?
Yes.
Can we please note those hands? That should be the final round of hands, so that we can be able to request the DG and then the minister to just give input. There were more comments than there were questions, but we will allow both the DG and then we give over to the minister just to make her closing remarks and then respond to some of the comments that you have made. But please, colleagues, so that we still keep to the time that we've been allocated, let's just take, I saw yourself, sir, the gentleman in front of you, and the lady here in front. If we can just please move in that fashion so that we can be able to wrap up. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. For a fact, if I go beyond 500 seconds, stop me. Don't do the math, just 500 seconds.
I'm counting.
Right. To the Minister, I'm apologizing to you on behalf of yourself for submitting yourself to be roasted today. Yeah, thank you.
Just please assist the gentleman just to pull the mic a bit closer to him so that we can be
okay,
able to... Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Sure. Okay, thanks to the last three speakers. They are the ones who made me to actually raise my hand. First and foremost, yes, there's a lot of complaints, they are true, but let's acknowledge the establishment of this association is a solution to so many of the problems that have been raised today, and I hope it will work effectively. So, Minister, I hope this flight will take off, and I hope it's gonna be rough but worth a journey. Let's just begin it here now today. And to the gentleman who spoke about persons living with disabilities, the department has to come up with something. And just don't worry, we are here. We've got solutions. Minister, around 2019-18, when your department was instated, this is the solution that is being discussed here today is actually what has been my problem. I attempted to communicate with your department with a particular paper. I don't know whether to call it yellow paper or green paper, but it's a paper nonetheless, sort of a policy that I wanted to propose to you. And like I got more than 10 email addresses, and they said you will find the minister or the director here. But I spoke to neither you, neither Lydia Pretorius or Benny, who are your directors and deputy directors, and your department was scattered across like 2 or 3 buildings, so it was a mess. Nonetheless, I would still love to submit that paper to you. And in short, I would love to say, Minister, if there's anything, I would ask you not to do a mistake, not to do with the establishment of this organization, this association. Let's at least try to be as inclusive as possible. If possible, let's have one person who will be safeguarding the rights of persons with disabilities on the board. That would be lovely, truly that. Not that you have to, it's not an obligation, but it would be lovely if you do. And there was just a gap of communication. We couldn't get hold of the department, and now I believe we can effectively do. And the last thing, Minister, on the sort of stipulations for membership of the organizations, there's one thing that you left out, and I think it was on purpose. The one thing that you left out was, if you are a person who's a youth, who's been out of school, and I feel very bad because everybody here has got a title and I just got in and I didn't say my name. Sorry, I'll just close with it. Because everybody has got a department in their title and a good name, so not me. So yeah, Minister, and the chairperson, Mepenice, I think it's a mistake if you would say, you know, all those titles, be it youth development practitioner, be in an organization, why wouldn't you allow me as an individual who's got an idea that could probably make a change to come to you and say, hey, I've got 1, 2, 3. How can I add it up to 5, probably 10, and multiply it by 100? My name is Jonas Ndlovu. I wanted to come here as an individual, but then I saw that I would embarrass myself. So I came representing Blind SA. I'm 19 years old. I've been out of school from last year. I took a gap year this year because I wanted to breathe from the academia. And I hope this association will make a lot of difference. It will bridge the gap, communication gap that has been existing between organizations, civic organizations, individuals, as well as government departments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are committing the Minister's office to receive your purple paper. We will call it a purple paper. We are committing the Minister's office to receive that paper. Can we please have the gentleman directly in front of our speaker?
Thank you so much, Program Director. My name is Ritu Metserapulane, and I'm from the Department of Basic Education. I thought perhaps we also should not miss the opportunity to advocate for the association and the work of the body itself, to not forget this cohort of young people who are also part of youth between the ages of 15 and 18, who are still in our institutions. And as I'm sure everybody does know, that we do have a very high dropout rate in the education system. And what you are introducing in terms of professionalization of this youth work can help mitigate that dropout rate at that age, from 15 years old, mostly in grade 9, who are leaving the system. And higher education knows this very well, as not employed, not educated, not employable, all of that triple E. So we're saying that please consider ensuring that part of the skills that will be given to young people goes also into our basic education institutions, perhaps to discourage those who may want to drop out before they do. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The last speaker is here in front. DG, we had requested that after the last speaker, you just come and give your input, then we'll allow the minister to close the session.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Nalvia Rohit. I am here representing the German Development Cooperation, specifically working on the National Youth Resilience Initiative, which is really a project that speaks from a place of research, speaking to the needs of young people in the form of protective factors that prevent them from being involved in violent behavior. So what systems, processes, support can we put in place to help young people not get involved in violent behaviors or become victims of violent behavior? And one of our strategies is to develop a curriculum that is based on a youth resilience framework. And why I'm just mentioning this is because we have some incredible people in the space, and I hope that we'll get some time to speak, because institutionalizing something of this nature, where it's accessible to young people on a zero-rated platform, is something that we need. To show young people that no matter where they are, in rural communities, in urban communities, if they have formal education or not, they too can be a part of processes and practices and programs that protect them from being involved in violence and give them some sort of hope to capacitate themselves. One thing that I really would like to note in this conversation is we're speaking about, an agile, multi-dimensional youth. That statement is sticking in my head, and we're speaking about this separately to mental health and psychosocial well-being. So my question is, what processes, programs, protocols, whatever we want to call them, are in place to support young people in their psychosocial well-being? And a contribution, perhaps an idea that has been inspired by some of my colleagues here, we're speaking about, creating this umbrella that will govern these different agencies. And I think that there could be a way that we could formulate a database of sorts. We have various platforms that have been created that are zero rated. And if we can create a database, you send a text message to a code and you get information. So if I wanted to connect with this gentleman here from the Department of Higher Education, it would be really great if I could text a code and your information would come up and I could reach out to you. And that's a zero, why not find those processes? I know those things exist with the NYDA, they have great partnerships there. And so in regards to this, perhaps something of that nature. Thank you for the platform.
Thank you very much, colleagues, for your inputs and questions. The time is 13 minutes past 12. Dr. B, I think there was a question about how we link the professionalization of youth work to the council. So I think if you can just be able to assist us with one of those questions that were posed directly to you, as well as the question on membership, because I think it was part of your presentation. And directly after, you will then just request the DG just to give her remarks. Then we'll hand over to the minister to do her closing remarks. Then we'll break for lunch, and then we'll prepare for the second session. So if I can just request Dr. B just to respond on some of the questions that were asked and comments with relation to the association and the linkages, and then from there we'll hand over to the DG.
Thanks. I thought I was delegating up, hoping that the DG will attend to all the questions. On the issue of the council versus the professional association, this is something that is going to be debated tomorrow. But then there are two ways. If you regulate a profession, you can regulate it through statutory body, like a council, like we have got the South African Council for Educators, we've got for social workers, South African Council for Social Service Professions, and other councils that exist. Or you can even regulate it through the association, which then becomes self-regulatory body. So it is up to the sector to decide which way to go. And tomorrow, one of the commission will actually be looking at that. We could not make a determination as yet. So we are open on whether you go left or you go right. Though both of them, they've got the pros and the cons. And then the issue of membership. Membership, we've mentioned that membership is open. The trick part about youth work is that youth work can become, it is an area of specialization where people can exclusively be trained as youth workers or youth development practitioners. The reason why I'm using both terms is because the sector must also decide. Like for an example, the community development workers, when they were starting the professionalization, they decided whether they are going to be called community development workers or community development practitioners, and they opted for the second one. So I'm in a way responding to the other speaker who said, why are we using? So even on that, it is up to the sector to decide what you would want to be called. And that is why we are talking about a professional identity, because the decision is going to come from the sector. So membership is open to all people who are specializing or who are specialities of youth development or youth work. And it is also open to other people who are trained in other areas that are not necessarily, which is not necessarily youth development, but it is focusing on young people. Like for an example, you had Beggy, he is in the communication sector, he's a youth focal point, so it means that he can actually be having another training of some sort, but then focusing on youth work. And I think many of us have been trained, not necessarily in youth development, but then we find ourselves within the sector. Thank you.
Let's give her a round of applause. We'll then take this moment to request the DG, Advocate Joyce Nkateko Maluleke, just to give us her inputs and respond to some of the comments that you would have made. DG?
Thank you, Chairperson, Minister, the advisor to Minister, and all the dignitaries that are here. First of all, I forgot the name of the book, but I read a book which says that the GDP of a country is created by the individuals of that country. So as long as our young people are not contributing to the GDP, our GDP will always be at the level where it is. Why am I saying this? It's important that this, whether you are going to call it a council or you call it an association, it should operate differently from many associations that already exist. Many associations exclude others. They become a barrier for many people to come in. There are many associations where you find that black people are saying the association has come up with these rules that make it very difficult for black people to participate. We met with women in the automobile industry, and they were saying the association came up with laws that says first right of refusal, which means that the people who are already within the association are the ones that can buy an outlet or a motor car dealer before they can allow others from outside. But also to get into the association, you find that it's difficult. I believe that this association, it's actually going to operate differently, where it will allow all youth in South Africa to be able to get access, to have access. It's difficult for many people. I know I'm in government, but it's difficult for many people to get information from government. There are many government departments. We have 42 or 43 government departments. You have state institutions and all those. The association must make sure that it brings all the information into one place so that people can be able to get the information. Before the association is even established, I already have work for you. I need 100 CVs of graduates. I'm serious, IT, engineering and all those. Sometimes it's very difficult for us also to get the CVs of young people and persons with disabilities, and 50 CVs of young people with matric. I'm already tasking you. So this is where also as government department, when we want something, we must be able to go to the association knowing that we'll get the information, but the association also getting the information from us. But also another task for the association, I know it says professional work. What is professional work? I think maybe it's something else that you need to define. Because professional work doesn't, Minister, when she started, she talks about the fact that you don't have to look for a job. She says when she was an ambassador in other countries, when the young man or the young lady finishes the job, the parents don't say he's going to look for a job. They say he's going to start for a business. The association must also, in its definition of professional work, see how it includes self-employment, because self-employment is still work, you're still working. Because I always say, South Africa is one country where many people in other countries want to come to South Africa, but they want to come to South Africa to own. Most South Africans don't own South Africa. The only way that you can own South Africa is when you work together. I have said it, I have tasked the other psych, I think it's the same psych or whatever, the youth council. I had tasked them some other time that I want you to mobilize 1 million young people, each contributing 1,000. This one is not about being rich. This one is about owning South Africa. If 1 million young people contribute 1,000, it's 1 billion. You can contribute, when you have 1 billion, everybody will listen to you. And you go to wherever they talk about development, and you say you have 1 billion, they'll listen to you. And after you've contributed there, you put another 1,000 rands, you can end up owning South Africa. Currently, South Africa is owned by external people. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with the investment conference and all those, but the challenge of the investment conference is that those people bring their money to come in and own South Africa, or take more. If I invest $1 million, I will take out 10 million from South Africa. So it's about time that young people, you don't wait for employment. You do have 1,000, somewhere, somehow, 1,000 you do have, even if you can put together 100 until it's 1,000 rand. But nobody can do that for you if you don't do that. So I am saying this because, and Dr. Tlhagala will know that I'm not saying it here only. Wherever I go, I say, young people, the only way you can own South Africa is for you to be able to come together. The questions, at some point you saw somebody coming with the submissions I had to sign. I didn't get the questions, but I think Dr. Tlhagala has responded to the questions. You can get my email if you want to ask anything, I'll be able to respond. And one thing I want to tell you is that I am passionate about young people, about the development of young people. Also, one person that I've heard is the one who spoke about the green paper. I will definitely await the green paper. But there was someone from basic education who said the association must make sure that it works together with basic education. One thing I know is that we have been made to believe that you need a degree in order for you to find a job. In other countries, people complete matric or even before they complete matric. I'm not saying people should not have degrees, but you should have the spread. So those that have dropped out, they can still make money out there. They can still go to the TVET colleges, but also not the TVET colleges. There are other training institutions that train on artisans and whatever. People make money out of artisans. You know, before 1994, there were Ambach schools and whatever. We had many of our fathers who went to Ambach and they raised their children and they lived as in communities. Then there would be rich families. So let's make sure that those that have dropped out, they don't just drop out. I think some drop out because they don't have information. I come back to the same thing that I said earlier on, that the association must make sure that it makes information available, that rather than dropping out and stay at home, they can go to the TVET if they have a grade 10. But Minister, I'm hoping that one day we will have a TVET or an AMBACH that allows people who've dropped out after they completed grade 7 or grade 6, because those people have to work. They have to earn a salary. They don't have to be grant recipients always. So I'm hoping that these are some of the discussions that the association will embark on, but also bring all government or talk to, discuss with all government to be able to respond appropriately. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much, DG. Minister, we'd like to call you to the front to give us your closing remarks.
Program Director, you can't be inviting people to share ideas and come up with closing remarks before they start. I am not here to close no remarks. We have opened this platform for youth advocates, be them male or female, to get your ideas together. I don't know whether it's going to end up as a council or an association, but it's of South African youth. Young South Africans, stand up and run your South Africa. Because if we wait for someone else, tomorrow might be too late. You are here, Karabo, NYDA. You don't have a billion, but the DG, what the DG is saying, should and can be done. As I was listening to her, because I listen to her all the time, I was thinking, South Africans, as soon as you say, let's start, that thing that she's talking about, we will get into the trouble that President complains about all the time, strictures. I don't know, he says he doesn't know what it is, but we wake up in the morning thinking we must formulate something we are over-governed. That's why, because while you have, you say I'm a councillor here, it's like, this is my space, but you don't own it. You can't do anything about it. You don't even know who owns that empty building next to where you live, not far away. You actually don't know your neighbors. You have high walls against each other. So if you associate, thanks to Birchwood, that's where we can get together. Nobody knows who comes from where and who lives where. But we're all supposed to be running one RSA, that which we think the Constitution says, belongs to all of us. But we don't make it our duty to actually just rise up and do things. This thing about education and coming with this certificate and that certificate should not be a barrier, should be an enhancement. But because we are South African, the minute they said paper, we all holding paper. There's paper here that's needed, red tape. Then there's a SASA. SASA is okay because it's supposed to take care of old people. But those poor people don't even have an opportunity to at least spend their 1,000 rands on their own. We are on their case. Because we are holding papers, but we do not want to do anything. We want things to be done for ourselves. So Lily, I agree with you, red tape, if it was in my power, I would say over. We're over it. We need no red tape. We need to grow our country. I keep going back to agriculture, though I'm not a minister of agriculture. Because I think urele morwalo. Not so long time ago, we like shortcuts. We said seeds. How do we get more seeds faster? How do we get Dreamman going? Now the Chinese say, you can bring beans, you can bring this, you can bring, but we don't want this. We wanted shortcuts because we wanted to go chill. We actually own nothing where we live. This is a South Africa that is not for South Africans, but the Constitution says it is our South Africa. So let's go make it ours. I am referring to you, if you say I am a youth leader, it shouldn't be that you are a youth leader of an apartment where you live, when you don't even know where you come from. As long as you are squatting there and you have a job and that's the end, that's okay. When I was a young ambassador, there was an old man called Mahathir in Malaysia who said he wants Malaysia to own a car. Proton started. Proton was just, I don't know, like how we get excited when we hear IT coming into our shores. Then he says, okay, Proton what? Oh, Saga, Wira, what? Whatever. Call it whatever name. But let's start something. Now we're getting excited. I hear we're going to have an electric car. But what do we own in those auto components? What is South African about it? What is it that when you are 60, you will say, we started a car? The Malaysians, I've heard them, and I've seen them on TV, saying they're coming back here in South Africa with they think South Africans love four-wheel drives because they donated, I don't know, 40 cars or something when we were struggling and wanted 1994 to happen. Because even the original advert for elections was printed by Malaysians for free because they thought we were going to be a real miracle. They didn't know we are really going to be this thing that we have come out to be. So can we please rise up that when we complain, when we say, can we be a council or an association, DG, when I arrived here, they quickly brought your apology that you were held up somewhere. Because I think you are doing a very good job in advocacy. But all of us, let's not, all of you here, there's none of us, maybe only the Mr. Purple Paper is the only one who doesn't have something to do. All of us are leaders in something. That's what we want to know. How are we forming this association? I'm a councillor, what do we do with disability? Disability, Bogole, one disabled person said to me, this is just a variety of God's creation. It's in every country. We need to say, open space, educate them the way they know, or the way they say they want. I cried the last time I watched a musical by South Koreans, disabled people. The ambassador said, hey, people, the South Korean ambassador, hey, South Africans love to talk about disability, but they don't know. It's like you wake up one day, you discovered disability. It has always been there. How to take care of it should be how to support, because you cannot take away disability. But we need to know ourselves so that we can do things, and also do things for our country, because there is no other place somewhere we can go to. You mean New York? You'll go there and come back and find South Africa still where it is. And let me repeat, because I've gone around the world, there is no place like this one, like home. You are very fortunate to be leading such a wonderful country. I say you. But if when you wake up, you think about you, the individual, and when you go to sleep, it's about you, the individual, then we're going nowhere. Because no one, even the so-called people who are going to invest, investors, they are not coming here to invest because they love us. They want good returns to take home. So, Tina, what are we wanting to do for us, for ourselves? You know, there are times when I feel like I am constrained in this space called government. Then I listen to a young councillor who says, I want somebody to tell me what this empty building is about. If he does not wake up saying that by this week, I'll be knowing what that empty building is about. But he is the councillor of that place. So let's keep the discussion going. That's why I said, Chair, there's no closing remarks. Because South Africans must now start thinking, what do I do for my country? What can I do for my country? Before I look for solutions from someone. Who is someone in the Free South Africa? Who will that person be? That's why we will need investors, even someday we'll need investors to take us to the bathroom. Because only thing we need to get more education, do nothing, sit down, get a gadget, buy it. Don't ask how it came about to be. Let's love our South Africa. We have a constitution that we did not inherit from somewhere. That was written by South Africans in South Africa. Young South Africans, whether you are 18, or whether you are 40, or whether you are 60. These days people die at 90 or 100. Where are you going next? If you want to do nothing, but you want things done. I am not going to answer questions at the beginning of a 2-day session. Let us answer each other. Let us respond to each other. That's why the Chief Director said, even the decision whether we're going to become a council or an association should come from here. But I know of many, many constraints that South Africans have created for themselves through associations or councils. There are kids who will go for 6 years or 7 years or whatever, training to become a doctor of this, and then come back, wait for an association or a whatever to say, yes, this one can practice. Can we remove the structures around us, and can we make South Africa a better place? Now, you are getting older while you are complaining about how somebody must bring solutions in the neighborhood where you live. Solutions are going to come from you. I have no answers. I'm going to wait, DG and Chief Director, for the outcome of this get-together. And I'll be watching like a hawk, because we are given opportunities, and then we get together, we ask questions, and then we go home. We don't say, hey, I'd rather have that bush burning, but I am going to have South Africa freed. We can say we have done that. As Mashope, who turned 93, said, we fought for freedom. And freedom we gave you. What shall you be remembered for? For having woken up every morning, written enough complaints, and got PhD because you have researched on this, and then on Mopani worms, then I get my PhD. People will keep eating them. But can we make South Africa work for South Africans? And remember that that will make our SADC work. And that will make our African Union work. For who? It must work for us. Then for our neighborhood. And that's when we'll say, for all of us. So we are starting a day, and we started at 10 instead of 8, as the purple paperman said. So let's not waste time. Chairperson, if I were you, I would say after lunch, we will do 1, 2, 3. I'm sure your program says, come back, work, go to sleep, wake up in the morning, bring solutions, not for somebody else, for yourselves, for the future of this country. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. The Minister says to us that there is nothing that can stop an idea whose time has come. We will not be young forever. We will not always be under 35. So the time is at hand. Let's make South Africa work for its people. Let's make South Africa work for the people of the continent. Colleagues who have arrived at the end of our very first session, we just want to take this opportunity to appreciate the Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability, Honorable Maite Nkwana Mashabane, le baba mo potapotileng, her advisor, Memabatu, the DG, Advocate Maluleke, and the Chief Director. Thank you very, very much, colleagues. We're going to be going to lunch now. We will be returning at exactly 1:30, where we'll be going into part 2. Unfortunately, you will not be seeing my beautiful dress in front of you. So with those few words, colleagues, thank you so, so much for giving me your attention. Thank you for your discipline, and thank you for sticking to the house rules that we have agreed on. With those few words, let's all go and enjoy lunch. Thank you. Lunch.
All right, all right, all right, all right, colleagues. We are half an hour behind our scheduled starting time. My name is Emmanuel. For those that read the Bible, I'm sure you know what Emmanuel stands for. That's my name. My surname is Khanaga. It's quite difficult for many to comprehend. I know some of my colleagues and friends from the Eastern Cape would think that Khanaga, that sounds like two people. But I'm actually from the north, from Limpopo. And I think that's as much as I can say about myself. I work for the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities as the Director for Youth Legislation and Policy in that department. I started quite young with this particular path of career. I would say I've been in the youth sector for around 12 years in one or other profession or discipline, either in the skills development space, in the program implementation space, and now in the policy and legislation space. So, of course, my job is now to just facilitate part of the session. And I think I have to address the fact that obviously we are starting at the back foot, right? We have lost the beautiful dress that was here earlier from the morning with the bubbly personality. But yeah, we still have you, which is very important. Organjan. Can we clap for that? You're still here. So thank you for coming back, all energetic. We know after lunch it's normally very sleepy, but I think today we are going to defy expectations. Agulalwa. We are not sleeping in any way. We are going to do this and we're going to make it work. So, part of what the minister said earlier was that we have to be here and ensure that we bring solutions. And I think for me now, it's a pleasure to then introduce you to a group of very versatile and innovative and diverse individuals who are in this space of youth development, some of whom we've worked with for the past years, some of whom are up and coming, but I think you'll get to learn them as time goes by. So what I can explain for now is that a large part of our program is going to be in the form of panel discussions as opposed to presentations that we had in the morning. I think the ground has been laid quite solid with all of the presentations that we got from our development partners, from the department, from the minister, as well as from the floor with all of your questions and inputs and comments. So now as we proceed, we'll be inviting a panel facilitated by our Chief Director, Dr. Benis Tlhagala. You'll see on your programs that there are a couple of names that are already listed, but some of them have changed. We do have Lebu Moechi, Mr. Lebu Moechi from Kokta, who will be a panelist joining Dr. Tlhagala. Mr. Thobela Maponya from the Black Business Council is also with us. He's attending virtually, so he'll be able to make his input from there. And then we've got Mr. Lesiho Mutupi from the Department of Home Affairs, as he likes to call it, the Department of Homeland Security. He'll be joining us as well. And then we'll also be joined by Luki, and sorry I don't have your title here, Luki Mzegandaba. I think it will be Miss or Mrs. Yeah, single but yes, we'll be joined by Miss or Mrs. or whatever you like, Luki Mzegandaba. And then we also have Miss Nelvia Rohit. I hope I didn't butcher your beautiful surname. So I'm requesting the colleagues that I've just mentioned to please join me in the front. We've got a couple of chairs lined up for you here. I'm going to advise that the chairperson of the panel, Dr. Tlagala, please, you can use this platform, you can use this podium so that you can communicate with your panelists. I think this is the best we can do. Colleagues, we've put some water here and some sweets, whatever you need to be comfortable. But at this moment, allow me, please, with a warm round of applause, to invite this panel to come and speak about the importance of building a collective identity for youth workers. We know that this is something, identity is very, very important. We are coming from a diverse range of qualifications, diverse range of disciplines, all of them focusing on youth development. So how do we ensure that we build a collective identity, and what is the importance, and how do we tackle the challenges facing youth workers within their practice? I think we can all agree that this is a very, very important topic to tackle at this juncture. So allow me to then invite the colleagues. They have a total of 45 minutes to have the discussion. And then as you'll see on the program, please, as they are continuing to debate and make input, note your comments, note your inputs. They will be gladly able to respond to all of you. Yes, the platform is yours, Dr. Tlagala, Mr. Moechi, Luki, Nelvia, please join me in the front. With a round of applause, colleagues. It's very, very important to clap hands for people as they come to the front. You know why? to give them that level of encouragement and motivation, you know, that appreciation to say, we are here, we are waiting in anticipation to hear your views and your thoughts and your intelligence and your perspective. Dr. Tlagala, over to you.
Thank you, colleagues, and welcome. I'm going to just start off with an introduction. I think online we've got Thobela Maponya. I'm going to request our panelists to just briefly introduce themselves and just indicate what they are doing so that you can just be well versed for who is actually going to do what.
Thank you very much. My name is Lebo Moechi. I'm from the Department of Corporate Governance and International Affairs in Gauteng. I'm Assistant Director responsible for youth coordination. What we do, we support, we monitor, and we guide our municipalities in terms of the youth programs. And also, we do what we call analysis and assessment of our IDPs, if they indeed respond to the needs of the young people. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next.
Good day. My name is Luki Mzekandaba. I am a founding member of I Believe Me Foundation. What we do, we transform the minds. We're helping our youth to be the true versions of their reality. What do we mean by that? We're really saying we have been living in the past, and we are forever bringing the past to the future, and it's not serving us anymore. And by so saying is that we deprive ourselves the opportunity of tapping deep in our reservoirs of power, the innate potential to can do great things. Like right now, we are talking on the mics, we are talking virtually throughout the world, we are using the gadgets that we have never developed. So at the end of the day, we become supporters. So this is a very deep meaning, because obviously there are a lot of things, a lot of opportunities that are there for our youth to can thrive and develop to be their best versions. But it's unable for each and every one of our youth to tap into those spaces. So by transforming the mind, tapping into your power, understanding what happens when you think, the practicalities of all this thing, which by default, while we think we are solving situations, but we are actually creating them, perpetually going towards the negative aspect of life. Therefore, we say it's best to know who you are. What are you made up for? What is it that you can do in order to can contribute to a greater world for the benefit of all? Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues and comrades. My name is Nalvia Rohit. I work for the German International Development Cooperation, specifically on the Inclusive Violence and Crime Prevention Project. And I work specifically in the youth bubble of our team, implementing the National Youth Resilience Initiative, trying to bring young people tools and support systems to allow them to be more resilient in their leadership so that they can go out and be multipliers for change in their communities. Thank you for the platform.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Leseho Mutupi. I work for the department called Homeland Security. I think Emmanuel spoke about it, but it's also, you know it as Home Affairs. I'm based in the office of the Director General, and I'm responsible for the departmental youth programs. What we do, I think I'll stop there, Dr. B, because we're introducing ourselves, not what we do. Or must I continue? Okay, thanks. Yes, what we do is we ensure that young people within the country, including internationally as well, because we have South Africans living abroad, they have access to what we call enabling documents. You know, and we are talking about your IDs and passports because, you know, many people might take it for granted, but there are many young people who do not even have enabling documents. More especially, you find someone, he or she is 30 years old, but they don't even have a birth certificate. And their parents, some of them are still alive, some of them they don't know who their parents are. So we, through the youth program, we ensure that those people, the department ensures that they get the documentation and on time. So part of our program is we take mobile offices to different areas within the country. Like recently we have been going to ensuring that persons living with disabilities have got access. Like we took our mobile office to a deaf center and we document those people so that they have actual documents. And also we document matriculants so that as and when they sit for their exams, they've got access to the smart ID cards. And that program, we run it through the office of our Deputy Minister. I'll pause there for now, thanks.
Thank you, Leseho. We've got Thobela Maponya online. Thobela, can you briefly introduce yourself and explain to the participants what you're doing as well? Maponya for that. Tovela. I think Emmanuel, in his introduction, briefly mentioned that when we speak of youth development practice, we come from different disciplines. Youth workers have got different qualifications, and our understanding mostly is actually different. So there is differences in terms of what youth development is. So this is one reason why we are talking of an association, and we've been saying that it is going to promote a professional identity. So I just want to ask the panel to briefly explain what is their understanding of, how can we actually promote this collective identity among youth workers. Let me start with Mpho there.
Thank you very much. I think the important part is also to understand the objective of the youth development practitioners. What really do we need to achieve? And also, how are we different to other people in the sector? Because if we are talking about youth development practitioners, then we'll go to such an extent of explaining or defining what we mean about youth. Immediately when we can get that all right, then that's when we will stop the issue of trying to fight for the space. Because if you are specific, that means you are in a specialized field. Then there should be a background or a theoretical background that you have so that you can address the challenges that young people are faced with. So my understanding will be to say, if we are able to define the youth and we determine our objective correctly so that we know what to do. Let me give a specific example so that we are on the same understanding to say, you find that if we allow institutions to define themselves or what they do in terms of the youth development work, you'll find that in one municipality, a youth development practitioner is doing something different from the other. There is no standard idea, there's no standard practice, there is no regulation. Sometimes, I know my colleagues, sometimes you'll find that you are a youth practitioner in the office, but you really don't even you really don't even know how many young people, or maybe the statistics around young people in your area, or the statistics around young people in the municipality. So those are the challenges that we are faced with, because we tend to use the youth development sector or the young people which are employed in such institution as the henchmen or whatever language we can use for our own protection, as our protectors so of some sort, rather than as the employees, as the professionals themselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Luki, do you want to just add to what Paul has mentioned?
Yes, thank you so much. Just to add on my colleague here, I think it's also important for the youth practitioners to identify how can we bridge the gap between separation consciousness and unity consciousness. For me, I think that is the starting point, because we are so divided. We really are so divided. And that is why it becomes so easy for anyone to come and separate us, because we are forever victims. We are unable to tap into our strength and protect one another. So by just that, it means, therefore, we can try and be youth practitioners, but if we don't see things from one eye, with one soul and one heart, because the vision and the mission is to have that unified goal of developing our South Africa together with the economy and the people that live in it with unity. So if that does not happen, then we are forever going to be victims. And obviously, based on that separation consciousness instead of unity consciousness, we compete and as we compete for positions, compete for English. Mind you, I'm not even an English-speaking people. I'm just a black person. But we analyze things that don't even matter. We pretend as if the opportunities are monopolized. There is so much for everybody. But what is important is to understand what are you passionate about. When you say you are a youth practitioner or a youth worker, what is your mission that is driven from within? We're talking about identifying that which you want to do from inside out, not by bringing all the outside environment in, because that's where we miss the boat. And going forward, it will help us to have, as youth practitioners, to have collaborative partnerships. Look, there are so many organizations. I always look at it for an example, where you have to have a card for Shell. And then Capitec will say, if you go and put petrol at Shell, therefore you're going to get points. But we don't exercise our proper thinking to say, these people, they already know behind the curtains, how are they going to tap on each other's strengths? Each and every one of us, as youth workers, I'll just assume that we are, because yes, we are here for a common goal. We don't see the bigger picture behind. For as long as we are operating on separation consciousness, we are not even going to be able to start a big dream supermarket. Why so? Because we always think of these SMEs. Yes, it's good to start small, but going forward, it has to be something that benefits everybody, being owned by South Africans, being started and executed by South Africans. So by so doing, it would mean, therefore, we are able to take the idea forward with one voice, one eye, breathing from one heart, driven by love for one another. But for as long as we don't bridge that gap, separation consciousness is my challenge, and obviously opportunities being monopolized. That's why people end up fighting for positions, doing all the nice, nasty things, because we believe that, you know what, I've got a degree, I've got a PhD, we lose the sight of the fact that we have got different talents, which we shove under the table. At the end of the day, we are not going to be here, and our graves will be so rich with all those things that we have never brought into the surface.
Okay, thank you, Luki. Luki is actually saying that the pie is bigger. We can still always share. Let me jump over to Maponya Online. Torela, what is your view on this? Thank you, Maponya. Nervia, I think you've heard your colleagues mentioning that there is a need for standardization within the profession in order to make sure that the differences are not as wide. But then again, they mention a very big important thing that youth workers need not fight for the space. They need to understand that they can still complement one another, so it means that there is a need to actually define the roles, who is responsible for what. But then again, importantly, it is important to understand that there are certain things that we need to do together as youth workers. So I just want to find out, from you, what are the challenges that are normally facing youth workers in their day-to-day work? What are the challenges? Because the importance of building a professional identity is to ensure that the youth workers tackle the challenges that are facing, they are faced with on a daily basis.
So from my perspective, thank you, Doctor. From my perspective, the challenges are the challenge itself, in the sense that we keep addressing challenges. We keep talking about our challenges, and we spend very little time connecting it to solutions and the right people. I feel like in this room, we have all the right people we could possibly need to create some sort of change or transition of sorts. So I think as youth workers, we sit here in spaces, listening to speeches, perhaps even panel discussions, but we're not sitting and conversing. Just in lunch, 30 minutes at lunch, I think I connected with 7 or 8 new people who can directly influence the National Youth Resilience Initiative and directly connect young people to those solutions. So I don't think we're utilizing our platforms correctly. I don't think we're really leveraging the platforms. Then we speak about access. There's so many different projects available. But I've never heard of your project, ma'am, and it sounds incredible. I bet you've never heard about the National Youth Resilience Initiative, and it's an incredible initiative. So where's this information sitting, and what are we doing to access it? That's a huge challenge. And then we're always going to come down to this red tape. So how are we finding ways around red tape? I sit in an agency setting. A lot of paperwork and protocols need to take place. Documents need to go to Germany before they can be approved for something that's happening here in Johannesburg. So I think we need to find quicker avenues to get things done. We've had enough time of talking. What are we going to do now to activate those things? Thank you.
Thank you, Lesego.
Thanks, Dr. B. Once again, for me, the issue is that the youth sector is fragmented. And I'm saying fragmented because sometimes you find that there is a gap between the actual department and ministry. You know? Because I could be doing something in the department and there's somebody also doing the same thing in the ministry. Yet we are still one department. So we need to find synergy so that everything that we are doing, it talks to the same program and they're supporting the programs that are departmental based. Also, the important issue for me, Dr. B and colleagues, is that there is a document on the establishment of youth directorates. That document is very clear because it details what is youth directorate, what is it supposed to be doing, who's supposed to be heading it, and where is it, the important thing, where is it supposed to be located? And if we can get or follow that document right, we'll not have this fragmentation of projects, because in other areas you find the official responsible for youth is sitting in HR. And in another department, the actual person is sitting in procurement, you know. And you ask yourself, what is a youth practitioner doing sitting in procurement. So for me, Dr. B, is how do we integrate and to make sure that if in Home Affairs the youth desk is sitting in DG's office, then it should be, I should also know that even in Department of Water and Sanitation, if I'm looking for a youth practitioner, I'll go straight to the office of the DG because the document is saying we are supposed to be sitting there. Lastly, we also need to ensure that, you know, the powers be within the organization, within the department, understand what is meant by youth development. Because the problem is that our, you know, executives do not understand what you are talking about when you talk about youth development and what is youth development supposed to be actually doing. You know, up until we understand that, then we'll be able to even ensure that young people are given even fair chances to even be in positions to run the actual organization. But also, we ourselves must also be taking ourselves serious because sometimes we are given chances, but we do not take those chances. Thank you.
Thanks, Lesego. I think I'm just going to go back to what both Nelvia and Lesego mentioned. First being that youth workers' inability to leverage on each other's strengths and the issue of fragmentation within the sector, which also came up very strongly because many advocated for a single umbrella organization. So maybe going forward, I just want to Mpho to just elaborate a little bit more in terms of how can we address the identified challenges, fragmentation, the challenge of you know, inability to leverage on each other, strength, lack of information. How can we actually address that?
Thank you, Dr. B. I think the most important thing as we are here for the launch is to ensure that we don't create an institution that will be, what do we call, maliciously complying. If we are saying it's an NPO, and then we'll only have a board of directors which are only meeting when they have to do narrative report because of the social development need them to comply with that. You'll just have an organization on paper which is not responding. So, but if you have an organization that will be actually getting support from the ministry, and then it will guide every individual in the practice in the sector, which will include our institutions of higher learning, which will include our civil society, which will also include all other sectors that are doing youth work. You see, Dr. B, sometimes when you are doing what we call, you are monitoring, and then you start to learn a lot of things in terms of how these things should have been done. In fact, because we tend to only focus on the challenges, but we don't have time to reflect in what Ikuru Learning are doing and which is right. Why can't we benchmark what Ikuru Learning they are doing to Tshwane, so that, or to, if CDBank is doing well, why can't we say the projects or whatever CDBank is doing, it can be implemented in Capricorn as a district municipality, so that if we can allow that a platform, that's where we are going to be. I will find this a project that we are initiating very useful. I want to also emphasize on issue of how we actually coordinate ourselves also as the departments, so that we don't seem to do different things and we don't invite people to different meetings as if we are not one thing. If I know that the Home Affairs is having something which is going to be implemented in Municipality A, as Kokta in Gauteng, I should be having that information so that I don't get surprises to say I was in Sidibeng with local Home Affairs yesterday. Today, the National Home Affairs is going to the same area. So this synergy, that cooperation, that coordination, I feel like we should have that appetite and we should be thirsty to work together, not to compete. Because sometimes it seems like we are obsessed with quantity of getting attendance register rather than the impact and the efficiency of the service that we provide. So if we can get that correct to say, we should not fight for the audience or the beneficiaries just for the purpose of doing that. But we should say, what are the impact that we need to do? One of the things that we do as COCTA on our youth engaged programs, as one of the colleagues mentioned, is to say, if I'm having an event in this area, A, which is Majaneng in Hammanskraal, the young people of Majaneng in Hammanskraal, they should know that COCTA is coming, but it's not coming alone. It's not an event of COCTA alone. Home Affairs will be there. NYDA will be there. We speak in the same volume. If you need an ID, we are saying we're having a challenge of a young person who does not receive a grant because of an identity document. There is a track of Home Affairs. That is what we call efficiency in the service. And that's what we can only do when we need to actually work for those young people rather than being to say, yeah, Cocktail routing is working, is level is now in the picture. No, it's level, is Leso, is Mutupi, is whoever involved in the sector. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mpho, thanks for that. Let me move over to Maponya. I think you've heard what the question is. We are now discussing what can actually be done. The problems such as fragmentation, poor access to information. And then from after you have spoken, I think we will go back to the participants so that they can pose questions, comments to our panelists. I think we are running out of time. Back to our participants so that they can give inputs and questions to the panelists before they say their last parting shots. I already identify one hand. Please raise your hands so that we can recognize you. 2, 3. OJ, can you please assist with the roaming mic so that, okay, the mic is coming.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I am Mr. Pegantandane, the manager responsible for youth development in Mpumalanga Office of the Premier. I think Mr. Maponya touched half of what I wanted to raise. Because my observation or expectation was that here today, we are also speaking of professionalization of youth work. We're also going to dig deep and look into what does youth work encompasses, so that when we move out of the session, we'll be able to say, for one to be a youth worker, must have this type of a qualification, e.g. a doctor or a pharmacist or a pharmacy assistant, so that you can be able to separate a youth worker and an assistant or a youth care worker of some sort. Why am I saying this? Because the reason we arrived at this point of professionalizing youth work is because of the mainstreaming challenges that were faced across the country. Maybe if one were to make an input, was to say, where is DPSA in this session? Because one, we at some point need to have a blueprint that will say across board, this is how your development unit, be it a department, municipality, should look like. Because the issue of location is something else. Now, you'll find that, for instance, in my province, Office of the Premier, there were only 3 in that unit, and it's a sub-unit. You go to DSD in the same province, there is a fully fledged directorate. KZN, I'm told there's a chief directorate, you see. So DPSA must come to the space so that standardize the structure or organograms for all the departments and municipalities. Why am I saying this? Because one, you go to a certain municipality, you'll find that there are 2 youth desks or units. The other one is in the office of the mayor, the other one is in, and there are few chances of you getting a report, be it on the implementation of the youth policy, or let me say the CGE report that normally we report on a quarterly basis. But then, does one wake up in the morning because he's active politically and say, now I want to go and occupy that position of a youth manager in the office of the mayor? Or one must be interviewed? Because there are a number of challenges that were faced with these provinces. The other one touched to it, spoke to it, just maybe after the conference, which is coming next month, you'll call Mr. Ntandane, but he's no longer here. So Hambili was a national. But if we had someone like Upega who's been permanently appointed there, the person will be able to account, but also not accounting to mainstream holistically in the department. Because the reports that we're receiving from departments are worrisome, and they don't depict the clear picture of what is happening on the ground. You don't know if you have to come to the space, intervene, assist, or you have to say, no, this is good. Here is a good example. The NYP clearly states Pillar 5, which how best can we make the way to youth development also be effective. Why then our accounting officers, our senior managers, our HR managers not coming to the part? I'm happy now and again the department will say want youth focal persons and planners. At some point, let's also invite the HR managers so that they come to the space, understand our CFOs, understand, because we tend to be enemies of the senior management or executive management. Because come end of this quarter, by next week I'll be requesting their quarterly performance report, be it on procurement, HR, skills development, so that at the end of the day, come 2024, I must be able to say, during this MTSF period, as a province, we are heading towards or sihlulekile in terms of be it procurement, skills development, etc. But in the main, my cry is that if we were to really or professionalize youth work in the true sense of the word, I was hoping that the universities that were here earlier on will come to this place and say, guys, we are offering this course, come and roll with us, so that going back to our provinces, we can put down a motivation to say, we want to empower us or develop our youth practitioners so that be uniform in terms of youth coordination, without compromising equality or the work that we'll be receiving from the NPOs. But we need to separate the two, because now and again, we tend to follow my NPOs, teenage government says what not what doing great while they are working the ground. We have to come out with plans in line with my priorities for government.
Thanks, Bega. You raised quite a number of questions, but you also proposed solutions in the process. Colleague?
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the panel. Well, I think from my side, I'm known already, so intros will be just like trying to remind people of the very old song that I've heard 10 years ago. I fully feel that, you know, this concept of youth worker, it's not easy for you to even explain it yourself, because the concept does not have a clear definition. And in terms of how we define matters in this world, we use science, the process of something becoming an ascension, then towards testing it to become a theory, is the process of intellectuality, which is a thesis and antithesis, for us to reconcile the truths to get a synthesis so we can have a way forward. So it's an intellectual matter that we need to fix first. I'm listening to the panelists, but we need to use clear-cut theory that will also go to universities, go to institutions that can teach and educate. You cannot speak about youth workers sparingly. It's difficult, because you'll end up misinterpreting it, then people misinterpreting it in implementation. Then you find that institutions, because the president of the Black Business Council, he said that there's a challenge of silos, and that silo becomes a problem, a burden to the three spheres of governance. National departments come with these concepts. The province comes and guides and say, we are going to take these concepts, bring it to the ground. The ground is the local municipalities. You bring this concept, but when these concepts are created, where are we commenting about these things? Where do you put us there? It's not about having these concepts of youth workers alone, but it's also testing whether are they also going to materialize in existing. We can speak about them, we can speak about youth workers, but how do you come to a fact whereby you're going to come with a concept, even launch a foundation, but where was the groundwork done? Did you come to Mpumalanga and understand how does the challenge of Mpumalanga can be not similar to challenge of Gauteng? Did that happen? Because we are listening to how each panelist is trying to understand and put their own perspectives of how day-to-day they can be done. So we need that to happen. And it's not today. It's not a thing of today that can be responded to. But where you can respond. But this process everywhere else, it's going not to find its own existence. The challenge is, in government, it's very difficult. Participants who are here with us, they will think that it's easy for you to have a program with young people to implement. It's difficult because of these red tapes and these silos. Number two,
can you just quickly...
Can I just finish the last one? I think the last one is going to be much more easier. I just want to test is there any relationship does this youth worker have with that concept that was created, I think, around about 2008 by the corporate governance to target young people who are not working as community development workers? Because I see a person from COPTA is there, can assist us, so that we don't find ourselves having that concept of our CTW being the same as youth workers. Then you find its own existence will go back. People will be working for what councillors? We're working just for what committees? Can I please just have that response? Thanks.
Thank you. The chairperson just stood up to unseat me, so I'm going to give my colleague the last opportunity, and then from there we are going to ask our panelists to just say a parting shot. Thank you. Those of you who've got questions or comments, I think you will make them in the next session. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Chair of the session. My name is Noktula Hlope from eThekwini Municipality Youth Development Office. Chair, I've been listening to the panel, and I think they have a general consensus on the issue of that we operate in silos. And it's critical because it's touching us in departments and it's touching us in youth development. But now, what my colleagues have alluded to or highlighted as they're speaking is that we're not the decision makers. We do not decide how the department should run. One minute the department or from the Premier's office, you'll get a briefing that the Department of Agriculture is going to be doing this that deals with young people. Another department is going to be doing this. As you, as a youth practitioner, you have to just consolidate yourself within what they are doing, because they themselves are not consolidated. And sitting here today, I'm asking myself that is this session really relevant for me? Because now I'm in a position where I have to go back and report to my city manager and my mayor about this program, where else I don't think they themselves are consolidated enough to understand that there should not be an operation of silos. But I'm here seated today having to go back and explain that. The reason I'm raising this is because it's been going on for years. I've been in the youth development space and even in other structures of youth development, and we always speak about the same thing. Government is operating in silos, youth are operating in silos. But what is the department or the ministries doing about that happening on the ground? Because it also becomes your duty to make sure that in the three spheres of government, everything is gone back together, or everything goes down the same way. There was an issue raised by my colleague over there that you find that in the national department or in the national ministry, you don't have a youth section, or the youth section belongs to somebody in another department. For a typical example, where I come from in eThekwini, you have a youth development office, which the one I work for, in the mayor's office. You have another one that falls part of community participation. They wake up another morning, they do another program. We wake up and we do another program. And there's no one, or there's not even COGTA there to make sure that we are doing one and the same thing, or we are consolidated. How are we going to have stats that will contribute towards making sure that there's a realization, there's progress that we are making towards young people? I feel like that before we even go further to actually understanding the youth work, is that our political heads also need to have the same mindset when it comes to formalization, or to make sure that the consolidation of youth services or youth products are done the same way, and they're all structured the same way, coming from national, province, and to local. As I learned, I wanted to also integrate on this part that was spoken. I'm not sure about, I was just slightly interrupted, is that you find that a youth practitioner deals with procurement. Those are the issues you find. because there are not enough staff to make sure that they assist. You are a youth practitioner that is supposed to deal with programs of young people, but you also have to go and make sure that in procurement, young people are getting their piece. Because if you don't go there and sit and make sure that young people, businesses are getting assisted in procurement, it will come to pass. And then it will come back to bite us as youth practitioners that we are not doing our job, that we are not looking after, or we are not fulfilling our mandate to make sure that youth development cuts across. And when you speak of youth development, there are young people in businesses, and that touches on procurement. That's how we find ourselves there. But I'm saying this today because some of these issues that we're discussing here today are going to find ourselves becoming redundant, because they are going to end with us, and when you go back, you find that the very same people that needs to be here speaking about these things and addressing these things are political heads that are not here today to make sure that when they go back, they actually implement all of that is suggested here today. And when we speak about youth work, I think when we want to professionalize young people, we should really start with skills development. We should really focus in making sure that all our young people are equipped enough to understand that this is the way that they need to professionalize themselves. We make a lot of suggestions about how we must make sure that skills reach our people through CETAs and every other program that exists in government. But when those programs come to us at the local municipalities, they just come pass you by, and they are managed by somebody else that you cannot even speak to, because no one is making sure that you are interlinked with each other. Where else, when there are summits like these ones, or when there are workshops like these ones, you then get an email to invite you. But there was a program that was off a seat and the department was sending. They just sent it to somebody else that you do not know, and you hear that they educated somebody else. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for that intervention. Colleagues, I'm unfortunately not going to be able to give you another time to say your part in short, because we've run out of time. I can see that the Ghana House already is, the body language is intimidating me. But then I just want to thank, all our panelists who are here with us physically, and also Tobela Maponya, who has actually contributed online. Thanks a lot for your invaluable contribution. Tomorrow we are still going to discuss, this issue in terms of how can we capacitate youth workers, how can we make sure that there is shared understanding of youth work, how can the association be instrumental in ensuring that there is constant interaction amongst youth workers, and that youth workers do not compete, instead complement one another. So thank you a lot. Let me hand over to the chairperson of the session. Thank you.
Can we please give them a round of applause?
A round of applause for our panel.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, wow, thank you. Can we please give the panel another round of applause? Led by the chairperson, Dr. Tlhagala. I think we had the debate of the highest quality. And I think we should also give ourselves a round of applause for the comments and questions that have been raised, right? I can assure you, just because the panel was not able to respond to everything does not mean that the questions you've raised are simply hot air that is going to be disappearing. We've got a strong secretariat which is noting everything that is taking place, all of the questions that are noted, that have been mentioned. They will be forming part of our report. I could hear the passion with which you are speaking, because colleagues are on the ground on a day-to-day basis working on these issues. So I think I just wanted to emphasize that point. Of course, as program director for the session, I have to balance all of these things. The time I've been given is 45 minutes, and we went 5 minutes over that time. However, I think the debate has been great. The input from the panelists, those that are online and those that were in the venue, has been wonderful. Unfortunately, I don't have any gifts for you guys. In other panels, I was a panelist last week in Durban, with Paul over there. So after the panel, we had to stand here and take pictures and we got some goodies. So, Tina siyasokola lapha. But anyway, thank you so much, colleagues, for your indulgence on the panel. We've been noting everything that has been said. One of the things that came is the issue of capacity building, skills development, and training, right? And I think colleagues who raised that issue, we will be very excited to know that our very next session will be speaking to what is happening in the tertiary education space. We know there's is it Dr. Mtimkulu? Do you still remember Dr. Mtimkulu from Prasa? Guys, you remember Dr. Mtimkulu? Thank you very much. He knows the best engineer South Africa has ever had. Well, he's an engineer in brackets. So I think the issue of capacity building is very important. As we speak about a single professional identity, we know that what will help us is to be able to deliver the level of standard that is expected by the young person on the ground, right? As we speak about issues of norms and standards, that will enable a young person seated in a very rural area to expect the same level of service delivery as a young person sitting here just outside Ekurhuleni in the Aeropolis. Yeah, that one. That one was there's an airport. So wherever a young person, wherever they are, they can expect the type of service delivery that really meets their needs, irrespective of where they are. So service delivery and skills development, I think, go hand in hand in addition to resource allocation. So I think, colleagues, I will not be going back to those points that have been raised during the panel by all of the panelists. Safe to say they've been captured. Allow me at this time, we've got 3 speakers. This is the very last session of the day. We've got 2 speakers that are online. Professor Mpho Chaba from the University of South Africa, who is the chair of the Adult Community and Continuing Education. And then, do we have Stellenbosch? Oh yeah, then we have Dr. Tizurondi J. Mudau, who's the acting head of Department in Youth Development or Youth in Development at University of Venda. I think at this point we will invite those colleagues to then come in and speak about this very important issue, the status of youth development, education and training within higher learning, our institution of higher learning. So, colleagues, because there are 2 of you and initially we were targeting 2, I will give each of you 15 minutes to do your input. If you can do it in lesser time, that will be a bonus, but you've got 15 minutes to do the presentation. We will be starting with Dr. Mudau and then concluding with Professor Dichaba from UNISA. So at this point, please, with a warm round of applause, can we please welcome Dr. Loud and clear, you may. Oh, yes. Okay. I thank you, Professor or Doctor. I want to go for blessing in advance. Dr. Mure is not in the venue currently. She's online. Okay. So can we see if Dr. Mure wants to add? There's still 8 minutes allocated, so you can still use that time, Dr. Mure, if you can hear me. Can we give them a round of applause, please? From the University of Venda, there in Toyando, where you find mangoes right at the next to the streets there when you walk. So for those that are interested, I'm sure we can even later just check what are the requirements for the 4-year degree. So let me correct myself. I did say that Professor Dichaba is online, but don't blame me. I'm wearing glasses, you see. And if you look at the lenses, one lens is stronger than the other. So I was looking at her with this one, which is a bit weak, so I couldn't recognize her. So luckily we've got Professor Dichabe from here, from UNISA. She's right here in front of us. Allow me at this point to please welcome her to the platform to speak on the same topic, the status of the youth development, education and training within institutions of higher learning. Can we please give her an encouraging hand as she comes to the stage? And Lamona Muchayang.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Can you clap for me once more because I'm here? Thank you very much. Okay, good afternoon, colleagues, students. And my name is Mpho Dichaba, a professor and the chair, they call us chairs of departments of adult, continuing and community education at UNISA. My topic is UNISA's new youth development qualifications. Colleagues, the Department of Adult, Community and Continuing Education, previously the Department of Adult Education and Youth Development, was established in 1995 to respond to critical needs of the post-apartheid state. For many years, UNISA ran a diploma in youth development at exit level and QF level 6 in collaboration with Commonwealth. Recent changes in policy require a broadening of the scope of this diploma as a whole and greater stress upon teaching subject expertise. So the department is now part of the Commonwealth Degree Consortium. The proposed diploma in youth development, colleagues, and suite of proposed new qualifications are intended to develop competent youth workers who can demonstrate focused knowledge and practical skills in working with youth. The proposed qualification focuses on enhancing the individual's abilities to identify, analyze, address youth-related challenges in various contexts. So the qualifications aim at enabling students to obtain recognized and CHE-accredited qualification to practice in the field of youth work, equipping them with generic and core competencies, knowledge and skills and values needed for this field. Specifically, the qualifications will develop skilled youth workers who can mobilize, who can plan, who can evaluate youth-related projects, programs, and activities. Now, the qualification, again, will prepare and promote an informed understanding of the principles and theories of youth development. Now, the qualification will also, equip individuals with employable skills and competencies insofar as the state and other entities are concerned. Colleagues, I brought my presentation, but I'll share it with the team after this, after my presentation. Now, the qualifications are to be located at NQF level 6, that is the diploma, and at NQF level 7, that is the advanced diploma in youth development. Now, these are explained in more details in my slide. You'll see that in my slides. So, the Department of Adult Education, the diploma, I said, is a 3-year 60 qualification at NQF level 6, and the advanced diploma it's a 1-year program, and it has 120 credits at NQF level 7. Now, these qualifications must be articulated They must be accredited by the Council of Higher Education. They must be registered with SAQA. They must have RPL possibilities. They must have career paths, and they must lead to professionalization and lead to employment. Ladies and gentlemen, using the adult and community education training framework, UNISA aims to incorporate those students who completed the 240 credit youth development certificates, a previous 2-year qualification, to contribute 50% credits towards this new 360 diploma in terms of the CHE regulation. And then I think I need to mention that basic structure of that diploma in youth development will include fundamentals, core modules, as well as electives. Ladies and gentlemen, youth development practitioners will be required to become competent in teaching in certain youth-specific areas, and the program will require them to register from the following list, with more to be added later. The reason why I came here today, colleagues, is to maybe learn from you. You know, I come from the background that I need to get to know what youth workers and youth are thinking, and I need to tap into your thinking so that when we prepare our programs, we know for sure what you're talking about. We started at the ground. So that is that's why I have to be here today. So, colleagues, some of the modules or subjects will be information technology, will be youth health and wellness, entrepreneurial cooperative skills, life skills, arts and crafts, drama and dance, sports studies, religious education, civic and citizenship education we are going to offer. Because that's how I get to know what. Quickly go to the advanced diploma in youth in community education and training. This diploma will be offered as a capping qualification for those who have a 360 credit NQF level 6 qualification or diploma and who wish to specialize in youth work. Now, it is intended to develop youth education training and developments personnel who are adept at the various theories and concepts in the field and possess the ability to work with youth in varying contexts. The proposed advanced diploma in youth in community education and training will benefit South Africa as a whole by enhancing the knowledge and skills of youth education and training development workers, which will in turn promote their effectiveness of working with the youth across a range of sectors. The qualification focuses on enhancing the individual's abilities to identify, I think I mentioned that, analyze and address youth-related challenges in their activities, to mobilize, to plan and evaluate projects related to youth. It will again equip practitioners with generic and core competencies, knowledge, skills, and values needed for the field. It will again equip individuals with employable skills and competencies. I think I need to mention this, ladies and gentlemen, that there are various problems associated with offering the program. Number one, there is no professional category for youth work, and this impacts on the employability of graduates. Number two, there is no SESM category, the classification of educational subjects for training professional youth workers, thus compelling the offering to be presented within a realm of social work. Notwithstanding these two programs, colleagues, the Department of Adult, Community and Continuing Education has been prepared for internal and external approval. We're busy developing programs, and with your help, I know that we're going to come up with quality programs. Now, colleagues, when it comes to mainstreaming youth work is inter-ministerial, and there needs to be a serious and coordinated effort across ministries to mainstream the youth. All ministries and government departments should have competent youth workers. All ministries and governments need to ensure that youth work is included in their mandates. Youth work is everyone's business. Now, more than ever, in building a post-COVID recovery, youth workers has a critical role to play. I'm finishing right now. I know you want to go home. Now, we have key challenges, Dr. B, to be addressed by the Department of Women, Youth, and People with Disabilities. And they are as follows. There's a need for youth work to be identified as a profession in its own right, as separated from social work and development. I don't know how many people are going to agree with me on this. Youth work needs to be included in the document of Public Service and Administration, PAM document, so that it is recognized for employment in the public sector. There's a lack of understanding of what youth work is, including cross-sectoral, deeper collaboration with line ministries should be undertaken. There's a need for a united voice through a national association or professional body of youth workers with an accepted code of ethics to guide practice and training needed to strengthen the quality of practice and the status of youth work. Number 4, a voice to advocate for better pay and employment conditions will also enable an environment conducive to the professionalization of youth work. And lastly, colleagues, funding. NSFAS and others need to be made available for these programs. With those few words, colleagues, can I get a round of Thank you. I need to sit here.
It's fine. So if
It's
for
how much
questions.
for that?
We can get shy. Okay. Wow. I think we've just had 3 or 2.5 enlightening presentations from powerful female academics. I think we have to give a round of applause one more time, just for that. Just for that. Well led. We really appreciate your inputs, doctors and professor, to this session. You know, it's very important, and I think it has been the theme from even the morning. You know, what is it that we need to do to make youth work a career of choice? Such that when you've got a child who's 5 years old or 10 years old, you ask him or her, what do you want to be when you grow up? I want to be a youth worker. You know, I want to be a youth worker. It's something that I think with this process of professionalization, we are well on the way of. You know, we should no longer be only saying, I want to be poisa. I want to be. Now, many people will say, many kids will say, I want to be a social worker. You know, they know about social work, and they know about the idea of what it aims to achieve. So I think we are also on the right track, and I think it has been exciting listening to these colleagues of ours from academia speaking about what exists. That we did not touch on might be on the issue of recognition of prior learning, RPL, and I know probably it wasn't in the brief, but tomorrow I know there's still a section, a commission that is going to be speaking about issues of training. I think that's also one thing that we really need to look at, to say that I've already done my 5 years, I already have my master's in something else. I can't go and do another 4-year degree. How do I use my knowledge to then bridge the gap in terms of having a quick certificate or a quick diploma? But anyway, the time is not for me to speak. The time is for you, colleagues, to engage with the presentations that we've just had. Our doctors from Univen are still online. Prof. Dichawe is here. I will now invite your views and comments under the topic we've just heard. One thing that is very, very important, colleagues, is one point that was mentioned by Dr. Mudau. Whatever we do with this process, we really ensure that they don't graduate into redundancy or graduate into unemployment or graduate into, I would say, almost irrelevance in terms of their knowledge that they've gathered not being able to be practiced within a professional practice. So, colleagues, with those, I'll just check. Any comments? Any questions? Right, I'm seeing the hand from the brother on the left. Brother, you'll be number 2. Lady at the back, Mpumi, you'll be number 3. In that order, do we have roving mics? Right, we can start with the lady there. Ladies first. And the gentleman with the black shirt will be number 2.
Okay, good morning, colleagues. Well, good day. So, my name is Nompumelelo Antlapo, and I am representing Activate as well. I wanted to ask to you, Dr. Can I get Dr. Mang? Oh, Professor Mpodichap. I wanted to ask from you, Professor, what are the requirements for the youth development program that you just introduced to us at UNISA? The requirements.
Okay, yeah, they are writing all of the questions. They will respond at the end.
Thank you, Prof. And the 2 doctors from the University, Shangun Namtakalo, in Venda. So, mine will be to say, Prof, you seem to have made a thorough research in terms of how this professionalization should work. Because you also made input on how you see the modules that should be included in terms of capacitating those who need to be in the profession. So mine will be to say, if we're to make a determination now to say, should we have this association working also as a regulating body, or should we go to the route that others went, as we are just being a specialty registered with social service profession? I'm not sure if you'll get me correct to say we're having community development practitioners as they are on the process of being registered with social service professions, but as community development practitioners. Will you advise to say, as youth development practitioners, should we go to that route of community development practitioners with the whole process of social service professions taking time? Because I think it's been 3 years without them being recognized. Or should we do our own thing and do the association and link with the institutions so that we can develop our own curriculum to such an extent so that we can hit the ground running? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I nearly cried because you look exactly like my young brother, and I'm thinking, yo, what is this young man doing here? Ma'am, or Prof, I wanted to ask, and I think some of the questions that are covered with the young lady, they're asking about what is needed for the course. But what is key for me is that, can you address the issue of RPL Have you taken that into consideration, or is it something that you're going to take now to the drawing board? And how do we go about it? Because like Emmanuel or someone has said here, some of us have been long in the sector, and can we not get your recognition of some sort, so that even if we, and I'm asking, are we able to get the honorary certificates, because we've been in the sector for too long? Thank you.
I don't know if we've got further hands. Yeah, we might have honorary professors here in this room. Okay, so those were the questions. I hope they've been noted. I would say they covered both Dr. Mudau and Prof. Dichabe. So I think I'll allow the Prof to start, and then Dr. Mudau, you can also then add. I think next time when we have this session, let's try. I think it shows the benefit of being in the venue. Most questions were directed at Prof. Dichaba. I think mainly because they are seeing her here. Yeah, so please come through, ma'am, and offer your responses. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. Ladies and gentlemen, I have to thank myself for shooting myself in the foot, for being here. Now all the questions are directed to me, but I think it's a good thing. Thank you so much for those questions. The requirements, I'll start with the requirements. I think for a diploma, you just need, I forgot, but during my time we used to have school living. You'll be accepted with a school living. But I think, and this is my thinking, and I think I'm going to push myself to work around this. Colleagues, I think we have youth workers who've been in the field for a very long time. I'm quite aware of that. So I think I did mention recognition of prior learning, and maybe I just mentioned it in passing, but I'm very strong on that because I recognize the skills that people are bringing into the field. We're going to have an oral whatever, we're going to see to it that you build a portfolio to say, I've done this, I've done this, I've done that. But colleagues, the last question, I think, I just wanted to say I'm not the university, I'm not there yet. Until I have my own university, then I'm going to say I'm going to give all youth workers honorary doctorates and honorary masters. But at the moment, I still need to sit down with my team after this meeting, after tomorrow, to say, this is the people have spoken. How do we go about this? I think I've answered the first question. The second question was that, no, but I think I've answered all the questions. Yeah, I summarized them. Very clever. That's how I'm a professor. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to be here.
Do we have anything online? Dr. Mudau, Dr. More? session has been very, very exciting. I've enjoyed it very much. So thank you also to you, colleagues, for allowing me the time to facilitate this session. We've come to the end. Of course, I don't know whether the hand is what. Are you claiming your honorary?
Yeah, I wanted to say we'll be coming to the University of London to claim our master.
I don't know if you heard Dr. Mudau. The colleagues are saying they're coming to Univen to claim their master's degrees, honorary masters. So, yeah, but you must be careful. I think Prof. Dichabe might just block the N1 there so that we instead go to UNISA. But I think it's very, very interesting, very, very encouraging. The main thing is that there are qualifications. They are at various levels. And I think the end game will be, even for us sitting around the table, to share this information with our colleagues in our youth centers, in our NPOs, in our organizations, even in our departments, and in our families, so that ultimately we can get the groundswell of people getting into this field that we are so passionate about as professionals. We've reached the end, and I just want to say, it is not the end of the entire program. We are continuing even tomorrow. So let us come and meet again tomorrow on the 30th of November, the last day of the month. I see on our program here we are starting at around 9 o'clock. So all of us, can we be around here by 1:45? There's always nice tea arranged in this venue. Yeah, so let's come early and then enjoy whatever is provided. One more thing, as part of announcement, when we exit, there is tea and some nice, what again these things? Pastries that I saw outside. So please let us indulge with what is on the table. Let us also not leave any pens or any water or any sweets on the table. Everything is paid for you. So please, nobody will judge you and say. So please take everything. And then there's also very importantly an attendance register. Molokhadi, I think you have it. Please, let's see there. If you don't sign, it essentially means you were not here. And it's very dangerous, colleagues, for you to not have a record of where you were the entire day. Some of you, your employers might be deducting salaries because of that. So let's make sure that we don't say you'll do it tomorrow. Sign today. Tomorrow there'll be a new attendance register. So for those that haven't signed, Molokhadi is here. Come and gather around here. With those few words, thank you very much, Asbonge. Blessed evening. Travel safely back to your houses and homes and hotels and wherever you are staying. We will see you again tomorrow, 8:30. Asbonge. Oh yes, there's also a registration table at the corner when you exit. Maybe as you sign, we will be giving you something nice. It's a surprise. Thank you very much. Good night.